All right.
Are we live?
Yep, we're good.
We are so live. Hello. Welcome to Jeff's Twitch channel. And welcome to this beautiful Saturday morning or midday. Um, Jeff, if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself, this is your channel, and then we'll go ahead and kick it off with me.
Yes, absolutely. So everyone, if anybody is tuning into this channel, which right now doesn't look like it is, but we're going to be saving these for posterity afterwards. I'll be downloading the videos and posting them on the standard YouTube channel. However, going forward, due to time constraints and the fact that I actually like to do other things with my time on Saturdays, there won't be as many edits unless there's some weird, huge technical glitch. Basically, it's just going to be a download and forward over to the YouTube channel. It will take a little bit of time to do that because I am purposely not connecting um, the YouTube to my Twitch channel because I will also start running games starting next week with the Red Opera. Um, Fun thing is, we will, in the middle of this, be taking probably a 10 to 15-minute break. During that time, I suggest everyone do the same. Use the restroom, step outside if you gotta. But other than that, please make sure you join us back here. And thank you. Thank you for coming.
Hi, thanks, Jeff. Um, that was our wonderful person who's been behind the scenes, really putting a lot of effort. So I just want to, personally give him a shout out and thank you for all he's done back then and what he's continuing to do for us here in this group. It really means the world to me. And I'm sure it means the world to the other players as well. We also have two other players. Um, Jeff will be playing our resident half orc barbarian, or sorry, I keep thinking barbarian, cleric bard. No, he's a bard, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you're a barbarian. Ridiculous. um, and we also have Yanni, who will be playing our resident tiefling bard lock as well.
Yeah.
Yanni, would you like to say hi to everybody?
Hello. How are you doing?
We're doing pretty good. And our resident warforged gunslinger Sterling, who's being played by Dapper. Dapper, want to say hi to everybody?
Howdy. Hmm,
What's up?
Drank some nuts.
Heck yeah. So everyone's probably wondering, session 9, what happened to the first 8 episodes, 8 sessions? Well, this was originally just a nice casual inaugural game campaign that I normally do with new fresh faces, new players that I want to introduce into my professional life. I am a professional dungeon master / game master. Oh, by the way, my name is Mike. You can also call me Semantic Components Mike. As I just previously stated, I am a somewhat amateur, like professional amateur, I guess, if that's even a thing. I have been DMing and running games for quite some time. I've just only recently stepped and dipped my toes into being somewhat of a paid game master. It's fun, it's rewarding. Still a lot of work, but I enjoy the hell out of it. So yeah, what is City of Illumination and what happened to the first 8 sessions? Well, like I said, this was offline. And the City of Illumination is a sort of story that I've always wanted to run for quite some time now, probably a few years. I wrote the general guide to the story a few years back. And I am thankful that the players here today are willing to participate in and experience this homebrew world that I've sort of made over the past decade. But the first 8 sessions, so our intrepid heroes, our intrepid adventurers, are freelancers in my world called Anzoria. Now, it's a pretty standard homebrew world, and freelancers are basically a step below your normal adventurers, and so they will take contracts for less coin, less prestige, but they will eventually, hopefully, rise in the ranks and get bigger contracts, spread their name, and achieve what they plan their characters to do in this campaign. There's a general story, but I like to include integrate my characters' backstories, my characters' personalities, or my players' character personalities into the story as well. Let's see. So I'll go ahead with a really quick summary of what happened the last first 8 sessions. Um, we started off with our three future heroes arriving in the port city of Macerna, in the southern arid continent of Broseus. Very desert continent, very dry. Half of it's desert, half of it's jungle, but we'll see if the adventurers will make their way east to the jungles of Vinash. But they arrive in the port city looking to become freelancers. They go to what is called a fortune hall. It's basically like the connected guilds all over the continent, all over the country, where you can become a freelancer. It's pretty easy. You sign up, you make a group name, and then you take a contract. So they arrived in the fortune hall, met each other, met a Argonauty named Jeffrey, who was a clerk there, basically their go-to person within the organization, and they started on their first contracts, battling some giant frogs out in an oasis, um, and as well as goblins who don't apparently swim in the sand. Um, uh, Out in the middle of this very vast desert dunes region, both times barely escaping with their lives. Um, but coming across some interesting places, interesting characters. They met a uh, a woman with golden eyes and a beautiful longsword. Saved her and a lot of other refugees over in the desert dunes. Um, Met some interesting, peculiar folk in the city of Macerna, as you normally do. You always meet some strange people. Shout out to Gunther and his two ducks. Um, they took on some more contracts. They tracked down a thief in the city, found his lair in the sewers, battled a lot of rats, and also befriended a big rat, which they called Steven. Steven is a diarrhea, which you will hopefully probably meet in today's session. Um, but we'll go ahead before I go into um, last session summary, which I think we titled. Let's see, we titled it. Actually, we titled it "Technical Difficulties" on our Spotify and our YouTube. But I titled it "Rough at Sea," which is sort of what happened in the later stages. Before that, we'll go ahead around with the rest of with the players here to let them introduce their characters, describe what they look like, and a little bit about them. So, Jeff, would you like to start things off with Oxcord?
Yes, absolutely. So Ox is a half orc. Got your standard scarring from, just being in a warring tribe. From I believe, uh, the running joke is we don't know which direction on the map it is. I believe I am from farther west. I traveled into the city because, well, being part of a tribe is awesome, but I've always wanted to experience the big city and learn how to tell stories and be part of those stories. Um, he has a very peculiar quirk, which will be made very apparent upon the beginning of this episode and the role play that ensues. The only defining mark that is really on his person, other than the fact that he walks around with just a belt and sash and a loincloth effectively for his weapons, is that he has a tattoo that is barely visible outside of his sash. Um, so that's the main thing. As far as he's concerned, he hasn't really explained anything about his background. So if he does at some point, you will all be the first to hear it, along with his fellow party members. Um, Being a barbarian has had its own unique challenges. Starting out as a barbarian, I decided I'm going to go ahead and sorry. Unfortunately, since I'm running the stream, I can see the chat. So I won't go into much more. It basically he's just a big goofball, and that's really where it's at. Um, so I hope you enjoy whatever shenanigans we are all up to. I'm gonna go ahead and pass it off to. I'm gonna flip this Captain America pen. Heads, it's gonna be Sterling. Tails, it's gonna be Tav. All right, Sterling, you are up.
Okay. Sterling is kind of a tall, big warforged from Fire Country, so he's not usually like used to like sandy deserts. But he uses his gun to fight for the most part, but he's also been seen being pretty proficient in daggers. Um, he also hasn't quite told the party about his backstory, where he even comes from, so I keep that under wraps. But uh, kind of running joke with him is that he doesn't know how his gun works, and about half the time he uses it, it just falls apart. I'll go ahead and pass it to Tab.
Well, Tab is a tiefling that is from the other continent I don't remember the name of. She's red. She likes to play the violin. She has a drum strapped to her back that she plays almost all the time because she's very nervous when she doesn't have music. Uh, she's a bardlock, mostly bard, kind of warlock, with a rusty rapier that she's very good at stabbing people sometimes. And she might be a little bit crazy sometimes, seems like. But we haven't gone into her backstory. I just mentioned a little bit last time, so we'll see if that anything happens now. This session.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Okay. Thanks, yo. Yeah.
Hey, Mike, you wanna explain to everyone how we how we got our dire rat?
Yeah. So as I previously mentioned, the group who calls themselves the Sand Swimmers. If you were there, you would understand. But there is this little made up joke I made of like, oh yeah, goblins can swim in sand, and it just sort of stuck with the group. I couldn't believe it. It's just something that as a DM you just never expect your players to just stick with. Well, actually you do, but you just can't believe it. So yeah, one of the quests was finding this thief who'd been stealing a lot of precious items, which the group has their hands on now. A lot of valuable trinkets. But they were in the sewers, and they were fighting a lot of. Well, they weren't fighting a lot. They were at first with a very smart plan by Ox, and followed up by Tav, was using their rations to sort of just persuade the swarms of rats and dire rats. Yes, dire rats the size of men and dwarves, basically, in the sewers of this desert port city, to not fight them and to lead them to this thief's den, which was successful until they ran out of food. But there was one dire rat that was not given rations, but was instead given healing bombs. And healing bombs in my world are basically a very instantaneous healing device that most of the time, 99% heals just 1 HP, and can be applied to most wounds. Think of it as like a very thin filament of magic that just seals it. But can heal up to 2 HP, which not a big deal, but when you're running around with 500 of these suckers, healing potions. What are healing potions? But yeah, I think it was Tav. You were just feeding this dire rat healing bombs, and
I was unconscious first, and he got into my bag and ate them.
oh, that's right.
Then
that's
I
right.
started giving them because he
Yes,
liked them,
yes.
and hold out
Yeah.
his little hands for them.
Yes. Stephen became enthralled with Tav, but mostly because of the healing bombs. I made the joke that the healing bombs cured all the diseases and cancer's tumors within him, allowing him to live longer. That's at least in my head. But Stephen the dire rat is a large dire rat. He's about 4'8". He's big. and he can be bipedal. He can walk on his hind legs. So it's quite the scene when he's out and about with the sandswimmers right now. So Steven is a loyal companion, animal companion. Yes, a dire rat that basically eats Vaseline.
Oh god.
Yeah, or petroleum jelly. He basically just eats petroleum jelly all day. But yeah, that's Steven. He's part of the group. Can't believe he's still around for now. But yeah, was there anything else that we need to talk about before I go in and summarize last session along with the current contract that you've been on for the past few weeks?
Nope, I think that covers it. I think we're all good to go.
All right. So, currently our intrepid heroes, our intrepid freelancers, the sandswimmers as they call themselves, are currently on their latest contract, which is aiding the Federal Navy, the Federation Navy. The contract originally was to join this Federation captain by the name of Nurbanu. Tall, elegant, strong-jawed, mocha-skinned woman with curly dread hair. She was recently promoted to being a captain of her own ship, a clipper, a first-rate vessel called the Galvan Extos. The crew, or the sandswimmers, joined with her crew along with some other mercenaries, among them a very bratty noblewoman who wants to play at war and definitely doesn't belong out in this kind of line of business named Barkita. They made their way to a recently captured sentry tower. Now, these sentry towers are stationed throughout the coasts to obviously keep watch for a very threatening, or for a growing pirate threat that has been sort of gaining speed the past few years in my world. They call themselves the Freeborn Alliance, a bunch of pirates who believe that the Federation is no good and that people should live freer lives and have all the money and happiness in the world, or at least that's what they say. So they go to, basic radical stuff. Anyways, they go to this recently captured watchtower. Everything seems pretty easy. They're told to stay on the boat, watch the boat as the majority of the Federation Marines and sailors wave ashore, try to take this what appears to be now abandoned watchtower. Unbeknownst to them, it's an ambush. The pirates have been waiting for them, have been waiting for some sort of poor. Well, this pirate or this naval excursion was just doomed to fail. Fighting a very tough fight against some strong pirate adversaries, the sandswimmers do manage to repel the initial assault, but unfortunately, the rest of the Federation Navy that went ashore were defeated. Hoping to make their escape, they were blocked off by a very notorious pirate captain by the name of Commodore Yalkates of the Crimson Mutts, a traitor, former Navy commander. Captured, they were given an ultimatum, or being forced, or that if they denied or rejected, would have been forced into captivity among other brutal, probable fates for their characters. Using Captain Urbanu and a noblewoman who they would ransom for a lot of money as hostages, they forced the sandswimmers to do a job. They were sent to a cove to locate, ironically, pirates, or pirates who turned against the pirates, to find naval intelligence that they had stole from Yalkates, along with loot that they had stole. They made their way to the cove, found out that these pirates are no longer pirates. They are indoctrinated individuals of some sort of mysterious following. Not going to say cult, but maybe a cult. Or I think what Sterling and Tav like to say, snake pirates. After initially securing at least the little dock, the port, they found the stolen naval sloop, and then they eventually did find what appeared to be ancient ruins underneath this cove. Not going any further, they decided to, let's go rest, and they left returned to their sloop and rested. During the middle of the night, some of the leadership, important bad people, made their escape past them in the night. And when they went to investigate, no one was inside. So they decided to follow that ship down back basically the path they came. One thing led to another, and they did find snake people, or a snake person, more indoctrinated people, and decided that and also retrieved all the stuff that they needed, all of the prerequisites to return to this captain or Commodore Yolkates to get the hostages and finish this damn contract. Instead of making their way out to sea, they decided to make their way a little bit farther down the coast to the other port city known as Khosravi, twice as large as Macerna, a hub of trade. It is, in my world, among the 3 largest trading hubs on the northern coast, so it's a really big city. Making their way, they are unfortunately hit by a storm, and because none of them, well, among the reasons why they're heading to Khosravi was to maybe look for someone who could pilot the ship, but unfortunately, because none of them are have sea legs or could pilot or drive a vehicle, water-based vehicle, they crashed their sloop onto the coast. So I'll go ahead and start off with last session summary. I know I went into a little bit, but I'll go ahead and read my little one right here. Current date and time, no one really knows, but it definitely has passed quite some time. Picking up with Tav exposing the hiding place of the snake-eyed woman, the sandswimmers engaged with the fishmonger family. A bloody affair, it ultimately resulted in the deaths of Zanri Dul, her eldest Rylan, and the red-haired woman who the sandswimmers now believed were part of a cult. There we go, confirmed. Dedicated to the serpent deity called Mershalk, or the Slumbering One. After speaking and running downtime activities in the village of Afram, and with a secured loot and naval intelligence, they decided to search for someone to sail their sloop out into the open seas to the designated meeting spot called Zihi Island. Making the longer journey to the city of Khosravi, they hit a storm and sundered their sloop. In dire straits, but seeing a possible way out of this debacle, though maybe not the best outlet, they plunged into the raging seas and into the darkness of the cold water. All right, so did everyone have backup characters? No, I was kidding.
I've got ideas.
Yeah, same.
Not just yet. I'll do that when you guys are higher level, so it hurts more.
Oh, dick.
No. Okay, so this is where we're picking up. As all of you have crashed to the sea, darkness takes all of you, and you all black out. None of you know how long has passed, but each of you wake up slowly, groggy, body aching. Your clothes are soaked. You are completely drenched, but you're covered in loose sand. As each one of you wake up, open your eyes, and you're in this dark, damp, oceanous cavern. Each of you look around. You don't see each other. And for Tav, you don't see Steven either. As you each look around this dark, ominous cavern that you're all currently in individually, you see that above you is a waterfall. You all make the conclusion that you have somehow gotten to that alcove off the ocean cliffside, and you've all sort of went your separate ways and down several paths and streams of salt water, and most likely down several waterfalls. Surrounded by loose patches of sand, you are all in small to medium-sized caverns with pools of salt water. Now, there are several, and for at least Tav and Ox, who have dark vision, through the shades of gray, you can make out several like holes and exits, probably like 3 to 4 out of this cavern. But the thing that you all realize is that there's a lot of stuff missing on your persons.
Oh no.
Yeah, I did notice that one. I only have 1 dagger.
So, Ox, as you awake,
Wait, what?
I
You're
didn't even look
missing-
at that. What's going on here?
you missing as you're looking around. Obviously, you see some of your stuff scattered around you on the loose sand. You see that you're missing your drum of panic, your
Mhm.
bedroll, 85 of your healing bombs. Well, you have 85 out of your 112. Your glaive, both hand axes, all 4 of your javelins. You have 8 out of the 11 of your poison darts. All 10 torches are missing. You have your rations. Unfortunately, they are all soaked and are ruined by the salt water. Your casket of fresh water is also missing. You have your tinderbox, but it is also ruined by the seawater. Your great axe is missing. You have 85 out of your 133 gold pieces. You have 8, or you're missing all of your silver and all of your copper. Sterling, you are missing your vial of acid. You have 100 out of your 150 healing balls. Both your crowbars are missing. Your 1 ounce of bottle of ink and your ink pen are gone. Your 10 out of all 10 of your pittance are gone. The rations that you have, even though you don't need, you have, but they have been ruined by the seawater. Your tinder box has also been ruined by the seawater. 4 out of the 5 daggers that you once had are missing. You have your musket, but it is severely waterlogged. All your ammunition is missing, and your gunpowder horn is ruined, which means you will need to find fresh gunpowder somewhere. Including, you only have 10 out of the 25 your gold on you, 240 out of the 466 silver on you, and all of your copper are gone. Yeah, Steven is missing.
Oh no.
Your bedroll, all 5 of your candles, your disguise kit, your rations are ruined, both daggers, your drum, your
Oh, no.
rapier,
Oh no.
your water barrel. You have 100 out of your 141 gold, 345 out of your original 558 silver, and you only have 100 out of your 150 copper pieces. Also missing from the group are the 3 healing potions and 2 mana potions from the loot, the lockbox that had all the coin, the naval documents and intelligence that you so desperately acquired. It took some time. They're also missing.
Is the one that I had on me the copy also missing?
No, the copy's on you, but the copy that you have is only from what I remember, the copy of
It's
information
just that one page.
Yeah, that pertains to your stuff. Yeah. Other than that, yeah, it's on you for sure. It's soaking wet, and some of the ink has sort of bled all over the place. But your fellow allies could probably still piece it together. So all 3 of you wake up, looking around. You notice that your stuff are gone. It is cold. You were cold. You were damp. There's this ominous silence, but the running of water nearby. What would you all like to do?
Oh shit! Hello? I scream into the darkness.
An echo reverberates in your cavern. There is no response.
Oh. I'm gonna look around the cavern to see if there's anything I can find, like pieces of the documents, because I was the one that grabbed them. Just anything that I can be like, at least we have something.
Go ahead and make a perception check at disadvantage.
Okay. Perception. All right. Well, that's probably what it's going to be, but let's try again. Yep, 6.
You find some parchments believed to be soaked parchments, believed to be maybe from that folder of naval documents. It's no longer legible. The ink has run. It's just a soaking wet with black lines, ink lines of paper. You find what you thought were copper pieces, but they're actually just like bits of like bronze from something. Other than that, there's pretty much nothing else in this cavern. There's some nice, beautiful shells that sort of give off the faint glow,
All right.
but that's it.
I'm going to pick up some of them glowy shells. And then I'm going to pick up those documents or the pieces of paper. And I'm be like, well, looks like this is what the guy's getting. And you said there's 2 or 3 random paths.
Yeah, there's like about two to four random paths scattered. Some are on higher ledges. Some look like they go up, and some look like they go down.
All right.
Go ahead and make us if you want to go ahead and make a survival check, or
Oh, yes. Not that I'm great with that, but we'll try. Oh, wait, no, I'm actually okay.
you're pretty good. I was like, what?
17.
17. Um, 1, 2, 3, or 4. Which path did you want to go down? The first two lead downward. The last two lead upward.
So I want to check to see if there's a breeze coming from any of them.
There is no breeze, but you can notice that path number 1 and path number 3 both have streams connected to the pool of salt water that you are currently in,
So
and both lead in the same direction.
I'm not gonna take that one. I'm probably gonna drown. I will head to. I'll take path number 2 that's heading up.
Okay, the one with no stream.
Yep.
Okay, sounds good. As you're making your way, so right now, once I get to everyone else, we're gonna go ahead and be making a series of skills checks for you to navigate your way and hopefully find each other, but also evade probably dangers that lurk in these caverns. I will tell you all that you will each of you need to make 3 successful survival checks, each varying different challenge degrees of challenges. And once you get there, hopefully everyone will get there. If not, then the others will have to probably wait, or they will have the opportunity to go and find the exits or whatever is in this labyrinth of a cavern, sea cavern. So with that, that is a good successful one for you, Ox. So as you make your way upward down path number 2, you notice that you can see some like windows or like carved open exposed rock that you can see the stream from path number 1 leading upward. Well, upward and then downward. And you realize, okay, I made a good choice. Because you see that it leads to another smaller, quiet waterfall that would have plunged you probably about 30 to 40 feet further down. As you're making your way up, you notice that the path that you are following is a little bit more rough. And by rough I mean there looks like there's been at least recent activity on these paths. You look at the ground, you see that it's a little bit drier, not as damp as where you were. You can see that there are what looks like to be familiar footsteps, but you can't gauge or discern what kind of footsteps. Definitely humanoid, definitely bipedal at least. You don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing, but you know that things or creatures have used this path before. Suddenly, as you make your way, as you trek along this path for about, 15, 20 minutes, you hear noises. You hear chatter of teeth clicking against each other. You hear probably 2, 3 footsteps. I need you to make a stealth check. As you hide around the corner of an entryway, you see and hear 2 to 3 humanoids making their way towards you with torches.
Okay. So before I do that, because we all know that I'm terrible at stealth, did we get a long rest from being passed out for God knows how long?
Yeah. Okay. I did say that you all have a long rest, so you all should be at full HP. You all have your abilities.
Thank goodness.
Giving you a pass.
All right. I almost rolled sleight of hand. That wouldn't have been helpful, but it would have been the same roll.
That would have been hilarious. What are you hiding?
Nice.
18.
18. You managed to fit your very large body within a small little like crevice of rock, away from the light that begins to creep into your area. And passing you are these 2 large, chubby, but still somewhat muscular humanoids with large fish heads gawking from side to side. They have torches. Their spears hanging from the tip of their spears are like dried seaweed. They make their way past you, gawking, and they walk past you.
That is the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
I will say that you can make a quick nature check real quick to see if you've either heard from Dagny. Dagny's probably like the one who's told you all this crazy stuff. The other 2 have just been in.
2.
You have no clue, but they are disgusting. They reek of fish, like fish guts. They reek of mud and salt, like salt water as well. But they pass you after about maybe like a minute or two. The light from their torch leaves the vicinity, and you are free to go.
All right. Oh God, that's nasty. I'm gonna have to tell. We're gonna have to get one of those for Steven. I start moving slowly towards the direction they came from.
Okay, sounds good. You notice that the direction they came from is like level, but then starts to dip a little bit downward, and you do notice that you are going a little bit down, not completely down, but you are sort of just making your way at a curved angle.
Okay. Is that the only direction, or is there another?
So far,
Okay.
so far, yes. I will get back to you. I'm going to move on to the
Sure.
next player.
Perfect.
See where they go. Okay. Tav, Sterling, go ahead and roll a d10 for me, each of you,
Okay.
and tell me what you rolled.
I rolled a 6.
I rolled a
Six,
3.
3. Tav.
Oh no.
As you look around the cavern and you sort of collect yourself, wondering what's going on. Obviously the two big things that are freaking you out, bringing you out of your composed self, is your missing rapier and your drum, that's normally always on you around your tail. Lloyd is quiet right now. You have tried and attempted to mentally speak with your companion, your friend who's been with you for quite some time, but the silence is complete, and to you it is like a sepulchral silence. It is dark, it is ominous, it is deathly, and it's something that you absolutely hate. But there are, like I said to Ox, there are other paths that lead up and down. Um, Two of them have streams from that pool, one leading upwards and one leading downwards. What would you like to do?
Oh, okay. Uh, this is fine. Is uh, is there anything around me? Can I make?
If you want to make a perception check, go ahead at disadvantage.
I thought so. Yeah, that's a 7 and a 3.
Oh, good. Taking your situation, maybe you walk around the entirety of this small little cavern, the waterfall nearby, sort of drowning out whatever other sounds that you're trying to hear. But it is still somewhat and very, like I said, creepily still silent, even though there's a waterfall nearby. You are a little bit magical as well. It just seems very peculiar that it's this silent, yet there's a waterfall crashing nearby. But as you look around, there's nothing really of any value to your survivability right now. Just patches of loose sand and then a pool of salt water that comes from the waterfall. You don't find any documents, you don't find any gold, you don't find your rapier, unfortunately. And there are no tracks in this cavern besides your own. You would probably assume that Stephen was maybe with you, maybe he wandered while you were still passed out, but there are no other tracks here.
Oh, even Steven is gone. My life is going very well. There was 2 paths, you said?
There's 4 paths in total.
4 paths.
There are 2 of those 4 paths that have connected streams to the pool of water in your cavern. One of them leads up in path number 1. One of them leads down in path number 3.
Okay, let's just think about this. I will take path number 2.
Path number 2. Right, go ahead and make a survival check for me.
That's 8.
Making your way up path number 2, you notice that it is slippery, that it is soaked in, that there is at first you didn't notice, but there is a small river of water coming down from this as you're making your way up. The trek is difficult. It is a little bit arduous. I'm going to have to ask for a athletics check as you're making your hefty climb up this incline that is soaked in seawater.
Oh, does it have to be athletics? Can it be acrobatics?
Fortunately, no.
Oh,
Unfortunately, I know. Unfortunately, I would normally try to
Two.
allow. Oh, you slip down back into the cavern that you originally were. You notice that path number 2 will take some time, and will definitely just be exhausting to get up.
okay, let's forget about that. Let's take path number 3.
Number 3. Path number 3 is the one that holds the stream leading downwards.
Oh, no. Oh, wait. I thought about it. Path number 4. Oh, wait. No, no. No. 1.
Path
4.
number 1.
Let's take 4.
Path number 4 also leads downwards, but there is no stream of water. As you make your way down path number 4, you notice that it is dry as well, or that it is drier than path number 2. It is a lot more rocky, and the smell of salt water is paramount, just as it was in the cavern behind that you were just in. And as you make your way down, you notice that there is a crossroads of 3 more, what looks like to be openings. 1, 2, and 3. Which path would you like to take?
Let's take number 1.
Number 1. Okay. For about 20 minutes, you walk down this dark, damp path, still dry for the most part. Go ahead and make a survival check.
This is gonna go great. 14, actually.
14. That's not good. No, I was kidding. Where did I put you? Oh, there you go. After about 20 minutes of walking down this dark, damp path, you notice that it's going further deeper, lower. Your descent into wherever this place leads is more apparent for every step from every step you take. You reach more junctions, more crossroads, and you begin to become overwhelmed at the different paths. This labyrinth of a cavern is beginning to just overwhelm you. However, as you make these, from to your best knowledge, decent points, decent paths that, though you're not a tracker, you're not a survivalist per se, you make good judgment based on some of the things that your family have spoken about in the past. Intuition, and eventually you make your way into very drier or to much drier caverns, and you notice on the ground that the paths that you are currently on looks like to have been walked on, that there have been recent activity. Definitely bipedal creatures, but you can't tell what they are. You think they're large boots, but then where the toes would be are a little bit sort of hard to read. But they seem like humanoid at least, and you definitely know that whoever walked these labyrinthine caverns are definitely humanoid. As you make your way to another junction, you begin to notice that there are some plant life, and you can see the roots. You see that the roots are growing upward, and they are growing in a certain direction leading back up, and you begin to follow that. Suddenly, at another junction, you hear the voices and the clitter and chatting of teeth sort of biting on each other or tapping on each other. You hear footsteps, about maybe 2 or 3 creatures, and you see a light emerge for the first time. It's a little bit blinding at first, but you manage to hide around the corner. I need you to make a stealth check.
Okay. Oh no. 5. It's a 5. 5. Oh god.
As you try to hide, you slip, or you turn around a corner and there's nothing there. And as you begin to panic a little bit, there's no hiding spot. You sort of just clinch to the wall, sucking your belly as tight as it can, try to just blend in with the darkness. And as the light becomes brighter and brighter, beginning to get closer to the entryway of your tunnel, the light flashes and sort of illuminates the immediate area, and you are exposed. I'm gonna roll. I'll roll and roll 20.
Oh no.
Coming into sight are two fish-like humanoids, bulky, portly, grimy, slimy creatures with the heads of large fish, um, but the bodies of humanoids. 2 arms, 2 legs. They're wearing drab robes soaked in seawater. They all both are carrying spears covered in seaweed. All right. D20 plus. They're actually not really good at seeing.
Oh,
Shit.
wow.
Okay.
As they did I just rolled 2 natural 20s? What the fuck?
Yeah, you did.
Oh no.
You did.
That's wild.
That is terrible. Okay, so as the light illuminates your tunnel, Tav, you are completely exposed. There's just nothing hiding you, and both of them are gawking, and they slowly turn at you. They point their spears at you, and they gawk at you, speaking in a very peculiar but non-comprehensible language. They move ever closer to you. What do you do?
I come in peace. Put my hands up a little. I'm not gonna hurt you. And I take a step back slowly. And I book it.
You book it. Okay. I was like, are you gonna run? All right, you are running. So we're gonna do a quick chase scene. Fortunately for you, you get the heads up on them. They're not very fast creatures per se. But they are keeping a decent pace behind you. So go ahead. For your first action, I'll give you the first turn here. You're going to go ahead and sprint back the way you came, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Okay. As you make your way, you get back to a familiar junction. What would you like to do in this junction? You can see that behind you, the light is getting brighter as they are now getting closer to you. There are 3 different entryways. You can go back the way you came, like continue to go back the way you came, or you can take 2 other paths in this cavern.
I'm gonna continue the way I came.
Okay.
Because I know what's on that path.
Sure. And since you know that's on the path, you know that there are some large rocks and there are some crevices that you could possibly hide in. Go ahead and make a stealth check with advantage.
Oh, nice. Okay, that's a 7 and a 15.
There you go. As you make your way behind what looks like to be a large rock that's sort of protruding out from the walls of this tunnel, the 2 fish-like creatures make their way into the area, the light blinding for a moment, and they look around, gawking at each other, gawking to and they just make their way back. And they make their way past you, not seeing you, back down the path that you just originally came from. And within about a minute, they are gone.
Okay, that was creepy. And I go back to where I met them.
Okay.
And look around there a little, see what I can find.
Sure. Going back to where you had met them, you notice that the tunnel that they were walking down actually has what looks to be ruined stone steps. Like, to you, it looks like this place, this tunnel, once had a pathway of carved stone, but it has now been ruined and become decrepit over God's know how long. But you get the feeling that you are in some sort of underground ruins of some sort. And if you follow the direction that they came from, you can see that the stones become more apparent, more noticeable. And it might incline that you are getting to a possible ruined area.
Oh, yeah, we have had very good luck with ruins. Snake people and people cutting off their own hands. So
Snake
yeah,
people with
let's
bloody hands.
let's
Don't
see
forget the
what's
goblins.
Oh, yeah.
and goblins. Who said that?
Who's it? Sterling just right behind you. I've been here the entire time.
That's how you roll
Yeah.
stealth.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna check out the ruins. Maybe they stole our gear or something. So let's see.
Okay. Okay. As you make your way, follow the tunnel that now leads upwards. You begin to find your surroundings change a little bit. You were correct on the assumption that this is leading to some sort of ruined area. But before we get there, we'll move to Sterling. Sterling, you were in the water. Still in the water, crashing from side to side. I was kidding.
The sand everywhere.
Sand, water everywhere. You're waterlogged. Oh no, you're heavy. You're drowning. You awake in a dark cavern. The sound of a distant waterfall that you probably fell down from in the distance can be heard, but it is also a sepulchral silence at the same time. A lot of your gear is missing. Your favorite firearm is waterlogged and ruined. You're going to have to fully dismantle this and repair it when you can. You have no ammunition, but you do have Silcis's short sword and one dagger. And the rest of your stuff is missing. What would you like to do?
How much of this film can I see? Is it like pitch black in here?
Yes, it is pitch black. And unfortunately, because you do not have dark vision, so you can't see shades of gray, you are literally blind.
Oh god.
I can't light any torches because it's all waterlogged.
Yeah. And you don't even have any torches because they are gone.
Well, I guess I want to like pat the ground around me, like full like Velma lost her glasses style, and try to look for items.
For sure, yeah. You do find out that there's only a finite amount of amount of sand that you're currently on, and the rest you begin to become fully aware that you are surrounded in what probably is a pool of salt water. You can hear if you want to go ahead and make a perception check with hearing, not with sight, through your hearing. Go ahead and freely do so. And this is not at disadvantage. This is at normal, but the DC is higher because I don't know.
Well, it's a knife. Not very wise.
The water from the waterfall, even though it's a little bit quiet, probably is distracting you, but maybe also the distraction from being completely blinded right now. You do find that there is a couple paths that you've managed to sort of put your hand on, like, oh, there's a hole here, it's an opening. One is covered and it's surrounded by a stream of water, and it leads upwards. And you find another one that leads downwards.
Which one leads upwards? The
Stream of water that leads up a little bit upwards. Yeah.
and I don't know if Sterling don't even like have any idea which way to go. I don't think he's gotten like training in this area.
You remember Sterling remembers the long talks of training with Talomech, and Talomech's just like, Sterling, if you're ever lost, you're screwed.
Yeah.
You're the worst in the class.
Well, I'm gonna get a coin. I'm gonna flip it.
Okay. Roll a d4. 1 and 2's heads, 3 or 4's tails.
All right.
And then you can choose whichever your choice, I guess. Heads goes to
Yeah,
1.
I'll make 1, 1 and 2, and 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
All right, on to the first one.
All right. So you make your way up the path with a stream of water. Following the stream of water, you notice that it goes downward again, but then it levels out. After about 20 minutes or so, you notice that you also find what looks like to be tracks, activity have been on this path. You can't tell if it's what kind of humanoid, but they're definitely humanoid, definitely bipedal. Go ahead and make a navigation. Go ahead and make a survival check as you reach a crossroads.
Ooh, another straight D20.
What'd you get?
12.
12?
Mhm.
It is pitch black, and you go to the immediate one that you find with your hands, and you go down it. 30 minutes pass, and the once dry tavern tunnel that you were in is now damp, soaked. It is muddy, and you realize that you have descended this time. Instead of being on a very leveled path, you are now going down, and the incline begins to get more and more and more steeper, until you eventually get to the point where you have to hold on to whatever you can, to not drop down. And the worst part of it all is that it is dark. It is completely darkness. You have no idea what this tunnel looks like. You don't know why it's this steep. But yeah, I need you to go ahead and make a athletics check for me, as this incline is at like 90. I don't know. It's pretty steep, man.
Athletics.
Yeah, and you are like sliding. You're holding on to loose rock protruding from the walls.
14.
14. Not bad. You actually managed to climb your way down, but as you do so, you now fall on your feet into another dark tunnel. And you feel back with the way you came. It's a wall, and you realize that you had just fallen from some sort of like fall off into this tunnel, and there's no way to get back up unless you choose to figure out how to climb a sheer rocky surface. You do have climber's kit, I think, on you still, or I'm not. I don't remember what else you have on your equipment.
I
You don't have pins though. That's the unfortunate thing. You don't have your pins, which help with climbing. But you do have rope, I think.
I have rope.
But you can't see shit.
Yeah. God, I hate this cave. I think I guess he keeps moving forward.
You continue blindly into the darkness like a true fearless or fool, who knows? It's really whoever writes the story or tells the story. As you make your way into the darkness, another 30 minutes pass, and it is just silent still. You still hear maybe distant water moving. Go ahead and make a perception check real quick with hearing,
All right.
using your
5.
ears. Never mind. Maybe it was just a figment of your imagination. So you continue onward to the darkness until suddenly a flash of light is in the distance, about 30 to 40 feet away, and it takes you a little bit for your magical eyes to sort of refocus, and you see a torch in the distance. You can also see two figures with the torch, and you can't see the lower bodies, but you can see. Oh, now you can. Two figures, humanoid, wearing drab robes, with spears and seaweed, and fish heads, and they're just gawking at each other, walking towards you. What would you like to do?
I think Sterling would like to hide against the wall until they pass by, so he can grab one of the torches and start running for it.
Right. Go ahead and make a stealth check for me.
I'm good at that. That'll be a 16.
16. There is a large boulder that you found that you can now see with the dim light approaching you. And you're just like, oh, nice. You hide right behind it. The two fish creatures walk by you. They don't notice you. You want to steal one of the torches?
Yeah, I just want to snatch it and start running down.
Go ahead and make a
the
dexterity. Make a dexterity check without your proficiency.
All right.
Make a dexterity check. I'll make an opposed. Oh,
5.
would you 5? I will make an opposed at disadvantage. Let's see if this works. Let's see if something happens. So I'll roll my first one, 15. I roll my second one. I roll a 7. And you roll a 5, you said?
Mhm.
Damn. As you attempt to grab one of the torches from the nearest one, your hand is immediately met by another hand as it just grabs your wrist and it looks at you and it gawks at you. You're currently grappled right now. What would you like to do? One of them just turns around slowly, just gawks at you for a second, talking to you in a language that you don't understand.
I think Sterling's freaking out. He doesn't have his weapon or anything, so he's gonna use his caper reeking on them.
You do have your short sword, and you still have your one dagger, but you want your cape though.
Yeah, I don't want to kind of kill him right now. I don't have to.
Oh, how prudent of you. Okay. I need to make a Constitution saving throw, correct?
Yes, and I think we decided it'd be my
Yeah. What is the DC we decided was 13?
Yeah, it's my repair check.
Sounds good. So Constitution, they have +0. Perfect. Alright, so I will go ahead and roll for each of them. So the first one's 10, 15. The one that did not grab you. Oh wait, sorry. The one that did not grab you, does succeed. The one that does grab you fails. So it lets go immediately. It begins to cough and dry heave in front of you in the most disgusting manner. If them talking and breathing wasn't already disgusting, it is now even further disgusting. I can't make it any more disgusting in all honesty. I just use your own imagination on that. It is just disgusting. Never mind. I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say. All right. I was gonna make a reference. Never mind. Anyways, the one in front of you is incapacitated, technically, in front of you. The other one is not. However, the one that is dry heaving in front of you is in the way and cannot get you right now. But the one that is dry heaving, he drops his torch. Would you like to pick it up?
Yeah, let's grab his sword and start leaving.
Are you gonna go the way that they came?
Yeah.
Okay, you just book it. Awesome. I will go ahead and then make an attack of opportunity at disadvantage with him on you as he lunges his spear past his comrade. So I'll roll the first one. The 3, it's miss. Okay, I'm not going to roll the second one. So, well, actually, okay, let's see if it's gonna roll 1. All right, so, you take the torch and you book it with all your speed, and the tip of your cloak gets ripped from the spear that misses you, and without even looking back, you run, you book it, you dash. Okay, we'll go back to Ox. Ox, go ahead and make another survival check.
Survival checks. It's like the one thing I'm okay at. Watch me roll a 1. 17.
All right. You make your way into now you can see on the tunnel walls that there are like these bioluminescent sort of like plant life, sea plant life. They reside in damper areas, but they do sort of guide you, and eventually you are led to more sophisticated looking tunnels, and you notice that there are a lot of stonework, like decrepit stone blocks or stone paths that you are now coming across as you're making your way through the darkness still. As you're making your way through the darkness, you get to another crossroads, and you can see that the bioluminescent plants go in one direction. You have a good inkling that you should follow these. Unfortunately, there is a patrol of 3 more of these fish people. I need you to make a stealth check as they begin to make their way into your area.
All right. 19.
19.
Not gonna see me, sucker.
Yeah, because of this area that you're in, you can hide behind more rocks, protruding rocks, and then some nearby boulders. And this larger group of 3 of these fish people just pass you, and they come from a different path, but it's the path right next to the path that has the light source, the bioluminescent plant life. And you are free to go.
All right. I am not. I'm gonna follow. I'm gonna follow the bioluminescent light source.
Okay. As you're making your way up this path, you notice that the air is a little bit more breathable now. It definitely seems like you probably were taken from the ocean into this cove, relatively deep. And the air is becoming a little more cleaner. There's a lot more oxygen now, which could gives you good hope that you're making your way successfully to the surface. As you're walking your way through the darkness, this cold chill sort of wraps around your neck and your back where the nape is, going down the back of your going down the back where your spine is, and a brooding womanly voice enters your mind. Child from another world, lost in the darkness of my own creation, will you hear me for a moment?
just the instant
Yeah.
perplexed of.
Yeah,
I
just a
don't
sudden
remember
voice.
signing up to be a warlock. That's what I hear they do. They talk to you. Well, I didn't say no. I'll listen for a second, but you keep any of them crazy tricks to yourself.
I know that, well, I sensed your ship ran aground outside during the storm. I know of your task, traveler, adventurer. I know that you are seeking to rescue companions, compatriots, rather, on a far off island. I know that you are to bring valuables to a certain dragonborn. But one after another, one misfortune after another, has hindered you and your companions' journey to this island. You are lost. You are missing your valuables, and you are missing the valuables that you must return.
Well, you ain't lying.
What say you? If you help me, I will reward you and help you and take you directly to this island to meet this dragonborn and complete your journey. I just need one favor from you and your companions. What say you?
I'm going to reserve a solid yes until I know what the favor is.
I will accept that. As you see before you, there are lit plant life that I have activated at my own discretion. Follow them until you reach a juncture, a crossroads of ruins. There, you will wait for your companions, and and suddenly the communication between you and whatever this entity is broken, and then there's nothing but silence.
Well, shit. Must not have. That must have been a long distance call, and they didn't put more quarters in the machine. Sorry, coppers. I forget what time I'm in. Oh man, this is a lot easier than that place, but this is still weird. All right, well, I guess I'm gonna go wait for my companions. And I'll just stroll right on down there, like just super confident now.
All right. You may as okay. You have 2 successes, so you just need one more. But we'll go ahead and move to Tav as you make your way merrily down the darkness. Tav, you are following the path that the other 2 creatures had made. After about 30 minutes, go ahead and make another survival check as you reach a different set or a different, far different crossroads. Now, basically, sort of ruins. Like you can see the ruined walls have been taken over by overgrown dirt and mud and plant life.
I got a 15.
You find one where there are a bunch of lit bioluminescent plant life. And before you make your choice, a sensation wraps around your neck, a cold feeling from your nape down your spine, and a brooding feminine voice enters your mind. Young tiefling, blood of the devilish courts. Are you lost?
God? Leave me, God.
My God. A god, yes, but not the god, unfortunately.
There are many gods, yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of lost. I'm it's my friends and my rat. Do you know where they are?
Well, young tiefling, I do know of the location of your companions, including your rat. But before I give you that information, I must ask of you a favor. Will you hear me out?
What is that favor?
Or I get to that, if you choose to, yes or no.
A hard maybe, leaning to yes.
There's a silence.
You can't just say you owe me a favor and think that everyone's gonna say yes. You have to give a little hint to what it is. Is it murder the king of something, or is it let me 20 gold or something?
I know of your quest. I know that you and your companions were run aground, your ship sundered by the walls, the rocky cliff walls outside from the storm. I know that you have valuables that you must return to free compatriots on a far off island. I know that you have, at this point, no means to get there, and time is running short. So if you accept my favor, my proposal, I will take you there and I will help you complete your journey.
Okay, fine. I accept for now.
I accept
Very
for
well.
now.
Very well. Continue down the path lit by the plants that glow at my heed and my beckoning. You will come across a crossroad, a large juncture of a ruined city, a ruined area. There you will meet your compatriots, and there I will tell you of the favor that I require.
Okay. Is my sword there? I really need it. Is Steven there? Ox, Sterling, everyone,
There is
my friend.
silence.
Fine. Don't talk to me then. And I walk down the path.
As you follow this path, Tab, for about 30 minutes, you notice that, sometimes, for the most part, those lit, like, plant life stay glowing, and then they actually turn off in certain paths and turn on different paths. And as you follow the lit plant life, you notice that the paths they take you steer away from these patrols of these fish people. So it seems whoever this ominous entity is steering you in a safe course and direction. And you notice that the air is becoming more free, more light, more breathable. So wherever this entity is showing you through the lit plants, seems to be the safe path. And it seems like this entity is helping you out.
That's kind of good, at least. Okay.
All right. While Tav and Ox are merrily making their way, Sterling, you are running at full speed still.
At least you can see now.
Yeah, suddenly you come across this large juncture. There are probably like 6 to 8 different paths, all in different levels of this large sort of juncture. Some are on top of plateaus above you, some drop very deep. You have no idea what path to take at this point. But before you begin to discern with a survival check of some sort, a feeling of energy wraps around your neck, a cold sort of touch from your nape down your spine on your back is felt, and a deep voice of a brooding a brooding feminine voice enters the back of your mind. Creation from a magical forge. Can you hear me?
Jeez, God, what the? What? Is there people talking in my head now? Like, I know Tav has a like person in her head that like voted that we should keep going. Are you that person?
No.
It's just the pregnant pause of, what the hell is this guy? Oh, yeah.
All right, I don't love being talked to inside my head. So what's going on?
Warforge, I know of your quest. I know that you have lost the valuables required for a trade. For your compatriots on a long, distant island, I know that you have no means. I have the means to get you there. If you would do me a favor, your 2 compatriots have already agreed. Will you do the same?
All right,
You lying sack of crap.
I don't do much. I don't know much, but I do know to not take a favor without knowing what it is. Can I at least get that?
There's a silence for a moment. Is it a simple yes or no? Do you accept my help in getting you to your companions and finishing your quest? Or do you say no, reject my offer, and continue to be lost and wander in this dark cavern, this dark prison?
Well, I got torch now. This is so dark.
Within 10 seconds, your torch is snuffed out.
All right, that's all right. Let's not start messing with me here. Oh, great. Now I have no source of light. Thank you. All right, fine. I guess I don't really have a choice, huh? You really just scared me, huh?
Within another moment, you see the very top path sort of glow with a faint light, and the voice enters the back of your mind. Follow the lit plant life who activated my call. It will take you to a juncture, a crossroads where you will meet your companions and await further instructions.
All right. Well, if I have to fight more snake people, I'm not doing this. I walk up.
All right. It takes you like a few minutes to get up to the very top path, but you notice that there are some glowing like fungi, glowing like sea plants. As you follow it, you notice that the path, those plants turn on and off, and they guide you down certain paths, and you can easily see patrols of these fish people. You easily elude them because of the lit plants guiding you in different paths and tunnels around them. So whoever this entity is helping you, although you obviously do not like it. It is helping you evade all these patrols of fish people, and you get to higher ground, and you begin to notice that the tunnels around you begin to shift into more ruined, sort of stone demeanor sort of setting.
No, not more.
Eventually, all three of you meet up in this large, barely lit. There are some torches scattered in the area of what looks like to be a ruined sort of like crossroads. It's a circular chamber. It's not as fine circle as it used to be. Obviously, a lot of the debris. There's a lot of debris. The walls have fallen apart. It's decrepit. But there are two paths with two stone ruined arches. One leads further up, and one leads back down. But as you all come from, and when you enter this chamber, there are like, it's like a honeycomb. There are so many different exits and entries that lead into this chamber. Tav, you come up from the very top. Ox, you come up from the very bottom. Sterling, you come from like a plateau in the middle of this cavern, and you all see each other. And yeah, the two arches have what looks like to be two faintly lit braziers. But like I said, there are torches scattered throughout this very large crossroads. So I'll leave it to you three as you all see each other for the first time.
Hey,
Oh, thank God. I think I met God. Oh, God.
Wait. I think I met the person that talks to your brain.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think there's something going on here.
Was it Lloyd? Was it a
She's
guy
making me
named
do a
Lloyd?
favor. I didn't like that. I had a torch. I stole it. She snuffed that out. I can't see.
Oh
like
yeah.
in dark. You know, you guys are like able to see in the dark, but
Yeah, you should probably fix that.
I don't have anything to light it. She snuffed it out. I don't have any like dry
I'm gonna
like things to fire.
I'm gonna see if I can find some flint and something to strike it against to try to light one of these torches scattered about.
Wait,
No, the torches are lit.
Oh, okay.
They're just all scattered
Okay.
around this chamber. It definitely seems like people have been through here, though. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
But there's just torches there, so you can just take one if you want.
Okay, so she's all like, "You got to do me a favor, right?" Is that what she did for you
Yeah.
guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's like, I'll lead you to your friends. I was like, I don't really want to if I don't have to. Plus, I have this torch, so I'm good. And she snuffed the torch.
Oh, so you agreed?
I had to. I can't see in the dark.
What about you, Tav?
I said yes for now. She didn't
Jeez.
tell me what it was.
Jesus Christ, you guys said yes?
For now.
Did you say yes?
No! I said it depends on what the favor is.
I did
let
too,
you.
but then she snuffed out my torch.
Oh, she's probably pissed because I got the best idea.
Oh god damn it. Yeah, but just
But
Lloyd isn't talking to me right now.
Who's Lloyd?
I think the one I was
it's the
talking about
person
that
inside her
lives in
head,
this
like the
ring.
one that we got, but she stays with it, I think.
He's in
So,
this ring, but
so
he's not
you,
talking right now.
so this
He
is
tipped
not
the
new
boat
for
on the
you.
boat.
You just have people in your head all the time.
He's a friend.
Oh God.
He's a genie that lives in this stuck in this ring that I have here on my
Oh,
finger.
oh,
He's the one that gives me the power to energy blast and stuff like that.
oh.
So yeah,
That is.
he's nice.
I don't even begin to know where to start with that conversation. So,
Yeah, we can
where,
talk more about it later.
where's Steven?
I have no idea. I'm very,
Steven, we got
very
healing balm. I just screamed that.
just look at that. Steven. I
All
hope
your
some-
voices just echo into this large juncture.
Come here,
I
boy.
feel like with 70 exits to this room, I feel like I could have got here by myself.
So, we're here. Is there any other pathways or anything that's lit up, or is this just kind of where we're all at right now?
Like I said, in this cavern, there are many entries and exits. There's over at least 50 different entries that lead into this crossroads. There are two very noticeable ones. Those archways. One leads downwards, one leads upwards. Both have a faintly lit brazier above them. You don't know what that really means, but they're the most the most peculiar entry exits in this chamber.
They look important.
Correct. They look important.
Okay, so we're here. She the the,
You
the
told us to
super
meet up
lady
here,
didn't say.
and that we get more instructions.
Yeah, so we're here. Maybe you know what? I bet this talking to Steven right now, and I bet the only thing that Steven is saying is
He'll only
bomb.
she's gonna have a hard time negotiating with him.
You know what? Good luck.
Suddenly, a booming voice fills the entire cavern. A booming, resonating voice of that familiar, brooding, feminine voice. Yes. Are you finished with your little squabble?
Who's squabbling?
Don't squabble.
We're not squabbling.
We're having
A
a kitty
long,
cat.
a long sigh fills the cavern.
You know what? We can put that on our resume. We made a divine being sigh.
Yeah.
Do you know where Steven is or not? God, lady.
Yes, I can tell you where your little rat creature is. But first, you must do me a favor.
What is the favor? Tell us.
The two paths that you see before you, one leads outside to the exits of this grotto. The other leads further down to where my shrine
That's
is
interesting.
held. What I need you all to do for me, and once done, I will reward you by giving you a means to finishing your contract and taking vengeance on the Dragonborn who has wronged you. And when she says that, all you have this feeling of anger, as she says, when she reminds you of Yalkates. And obviously, all three of you weren't even thinking of that. But because she said it, or this feminine voice said it, you get this sort of lump in your chest. And you get to feel this fury and frustration and hatred that you all begin to sort of commutatively put together, and you're blaming him for all your misfortunes, because if it wasn't for Yalkates, you wouldn't even be here. You wouldn't be doing this. You wouldn't be stuck here.
I don't know if I'm smart enough to figure this out. I mean, I have an average intelligence, but could I infer that perhaps this feeling is being projected into me from someone who feels wronged by Yalkates?
Go ahead and make an insight check.
Okay. Because I don't like him, but I don't hate him. I think he's just a pirate. But
yeah, it's definitely a negative energy that's being built upon you. And it wasn't before. If not, it now is.
Okay.
That's for all three of you right now.
16.
16. You were flooded with this minute hatred and that you want to spite Yelkate. And for a moment, you collect yourself for a moment. You're just like, wait, I, I don't I don't mean to harm the person. Yeah, this person's done me wrong, but I just want to finish this. He seems like a very dangerous dude. But I don't want to like. Yeah, you do have that inkling that this is sort of being webbed and weaved into your psyche, and maybe it's from this ominous voice. The voice continues and bellows into the cavern. Deep down is a shrine dedicated to myself that has been sealed and warded by my own hands. Unfortunately, my followers have long passed, and these despicable followers of the false claimer, Queen of the Seas, have taken refuge and defile my entryway. I will get to this. I will get you all to this island. I will finish and help you finish this contract for you if you will kill these Kuatoas that defile my entryway and smear their blood on my door.
Okay, a couple of things.
Yeah, I have a few questions as well, if you don't mind.
Are they snake pirates? Snake people.
That's a big one.
There will be no questions. You have the choice. You either accept my reward and my help, or you can simply leave. I cannot stop you.
So,
Don't be all high and mighty here.
okay, that's okay, Tav.
All
Tav,
the torches go
Tav,
out.
No!
Damn it, Tav.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just stressed out. My drum is gone. Lloyd isn't talking. Steven is gone.
Here, you can
I'm
use my
sorry,
drum
God.
for a little bit.
Okay, thank you, but
You're-
it's
okay.
not the same.
Silence is casted.
Okay, just don't say that. Don't hit it there. Just don't hit it there, and you'll be all right.
You hit it there. Silence. Casted.
Son of a bitch.
Okay.
Only it's more like
No, I don't guess on.
The
But
voice is silent, just like
okay, I'm sorry. I'm stressed out. I
Could you
just
please
want.
let it torch me again?
Can you just light the torches so we can go
Don't
and
show.
help
God
you
damn
out?
it! Stop. That's probably the worst way to ask that question. Can you please light a torch? Don't torch us.
I said light a torch.
Oh,
Could you
okay.
please light the torch that's in my hand currently?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
Sterling and Tav, real quick. I need you to both make charisma saving throws.
Okay.
Just want
As
the
your
torch.
frustration and your lack of committing to whatever this
No.
voice is asking you. What'd you guys roll?
24.
And what'd you roll, sorry, Tav?
24.
24.
Oh, lucky.
Yeah.
This feeling of spitefulness and a change in your demeanor and personality begins to overcome you. For you, Tav, you manage to collect yourself, but for you, Sterling, you just be like, I don't really care about this person. Why are we even like? You just continue to ramble on and not care about what this person's asking. You are a complete defiance to this voice.
I hate this like god person talking in my head. Why have we gotta go clear another temple? This is like
hey.
the third one we cleared out.
While Sterling is bitching, I just look at Tav. Hey, let me have my drum real quick.
Okay, here you go.
And I just hand it over to Sterling, and then I hit the drum, and then I start talking to Tav. So
Sterling just keeps talking even though he's silent.
Yeah, he's
It's like-
silent.
Yeah. You see his mouth glow and move as if he's talking, but there's nothing.
okay, so look, I don't think there's a big deal. I mean, yeah, it's not great, but there's quite an offer, and all we've got to do is sanctify a shrine. And I'm going to be honest, I saw those fish people. They look dangerous. And if they're being mean to somebody or just defiling something because of a false claim to the sea, I mean, I don't know. Actually, you know what? Can I roll religion to see if I know what the hell deities there are of the sea? I mean, I probably
yeah.
don't. I mean,
Anyone here can make a religion check if they want to.
okay.
See.
Sure, why not?
3.
Eight.
Not one. Be expected.
Whoever this bitch is, You don't
God,
know
I
her,
hate her.
but you hate her. She's definitely not good. Definitely sounds evil-ish.
Okay, so here's my thought. All right, I don't know who this lady is, or you know what? I don't know. I don't know what this thing is. But I say we at least go check out the shrine. If it looks like a nice shrine, then cool. But I feel like these Kuatoa, whatever those things um, are not necessarily awesome. I don't
No, the
think you
snake
should.
people.
No,
Snake people aren't good.
no, the whoever it is didn't said they weren't snake people. They're not
No,
snake people.
Oh yeah, no.
they actually
They
just
said they
said
wouldn't.
we're not gonna answer any questions.
Oh
And
yeah.
Just
put all the
silence.
torches.
Okay,
She
so
wasn't gonna answer the question.
how about this? How about we at least go check it out, and I'll try to be diplomatic. And if they attack me, well, then we know that they're the bad guys. Sound good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sterling Mouse, yes.
All right. Excuse me, lady. I don't know. I assume that you did this. Can you undo that to him? Because otherwise, he's going to be much harder to deal with. Please. I know you said no questions, but that was a request.
Sterling continues to mutter in silence. But the brazier that leads to the archway that leads further down um, brightens. You see the fires rage a little bit higher, signifying that that's the path you must take.
Okay. I guess we're going that way. Come on, crazy pants. I look at Sterling.
Ugh.
And give me back my drum. Here, Tab.
Yes.
Apparently you get sad when you don't have one. Here you go.
Yay.
Sterling, go ahead and make another charisma saving throw.
Oh, wonderful. There's another nat one. No. What is going on?
Oh no.
Sterling, you actually just sort of push your way forward, and you are heated. You are in this roiling storm of emotion, fury in and vengeance is all on your mind, and you have a target. These Kuatoas, they must be eliminated. They must be destroyed. Or if you ever want to find peace again, this is the deed that you must do. And for you and Ox and Dad, you see just Sterling just push you aside, and he just like power walks down this path.
Okay,
That was rude.
maybe I should have been more specific. I think that got redirected. Oh shit!
Fully
I
up
start
the
running.
short
I
sword,
start
it's like-
running after him. Oh god, we're not going to be able to communicate with him. He's just going to try to kill them all. Oh
He's
god.
now silent. Backfired.
Okay.
After about 5 minutes down this path, you notice that it is more ruined. It is still a ruined tunnel, but it's not as decrepit. You can see that some of the majority of the stone walls and flooring are still intact, though weathered, still intact. And eventually, you make your way into a cave opening. It seems like there once was a very nice mural, a nice doorway arch that was here, and now has been blasted open by who knows, magic, a large monster. It's really hard to discern. But all that you can see as you make your way closer to this now exit from this tunnel is that it was forced through. And as you get close, before Sterling, unfortunately, Sterling will walk through the the doorway as he is full of vengeance and fury. You can all see that there is a large pool of water. And on the pool of water, there are what looks like to be wooden docks. Very scrappy looking docks, not sure very nice looking or well maintained. They look like they've been constructed haphazardly. And on the far side is this beautiful runic red stone sort of wall. And in front of it is a bronze doorway with what looks like to be the image of a Triton woman with her hand extended out. Her right hand is extended out, and on her hand is a stone heart. And in her left hand, held close to her own heart, is a trident with the heads of what looks like to be humans, devils, and fiends. For Taff and for Oct, you can go ahead and make another religion check. I'll lower the DC this time.
Okay.
Sterling, you're too busy heated, so you're just gonna go in and just march your way in.
30-20.
30-20.
All right. Where the hell? Oh, there's religion. 17.
17. You both now, for at least you, Ox, you remember Dogny speaking a little bit about some of the customs in this area when you were younger. The Triton used to rule a majority of the coastline before the Rasphians took control. And back then, they were very warlordish. They had large clans that roamed and called many of the land and coastline and seas that border these coasts of Western Roseus as their own. This is a Triton deity. And for you to have, you may have read about it from books. You may have talked to some Triton children when you were at the orphanage. This is the Triton deity named Narcelia. She's the goddess of spite and vengeance.
Oh. Yeah, that explains Sterling. Spite and vengeance.
In this cavern, there are what looks like to be mounds of debris and garbage. And directly to your left, you all can see a bunch of your stuff embedded in these mounds of garbage and debris. But the striking thing that all of you see in this cavern is not the debris full of debris and garbage, not the far wall, what looks like to be the entrance to a sealed shrine to a very evil, lawful evil deity of Tritons. But there are many Kuatoas looking at you, gawking at you, spears and nets at the ready. And there are one, at least, that you can see that has what looks like to be a hook-shaped spear. And it is the larger of the Kuatoas. It is looking at you. It has what looks like to be a very deformed metal crown, barbed metal crown on its head. And it looks and gawks at you. And Sterling, you pull out Sil's short sword and you point it directly at that thing. And the silence is now broken off at this point. And you just scream out, "I will have vengeance and I will have your head on a pike," or something like that. I'll go ahead and reveal on roll 20 the map you have just entered in.
Oh, God.
Yeah, because like Tav and Ox, you're like at the entrance. You're like, let's not go in here. Let's think about it. But Sterling walks right out, pulls the short sword out, bent with fury, and he points it and yells directly at all the Kuatoa in this chamber.
Okay.
So you're all right here.
Down there.
And at the far side is that entryway that's sealed. Now, the one with the barbed iron crown is over here, but there's another one over here, and it looks like it's in the middle of some sort of dark magical ritual in front of the sealed walls. The voice tells you in the back of your heads, very slightly, very subtly, "Destroy these Kuatoa. Destroy the ones that are enacting some sort of vile ritual, defiling my door, and rub and smear their blood and guts upon a visage of myself. Only then will I help you and reward you, and return to you what has been taken."
Jesus Christ.
I hate this lady.
I mean,
I didn't want to agree to this. You made me agree to this.
I didn't exactly get as much information as Tav did, but I'm just thinking this deity is literally my polar opposite. But
with that, yeah,
whatever.
So with that, I'm gonna have everyone roll for initiative.
15.
Oh, that was almost another nat one. It's a 10.
10 for Sterling.
I got a 9.
And then I'm gonna roll. And they got a 19. Jesus Christ.
Shit.
God, roll 20. All right, so initiative goes enemies, Tav, Sterling, and then Ox. I will remind everybody, the gear that I've already updated your gear and stuff. Sterling, you do have those gold figurines on you as well. I know that you know what they are.
Right.
So if you want to use them, obviously feel free. But we'll go ahead and start with the enemy. Yeah, what's up?
Did I lose my elephant figurine? Or do I have that one too?
No, you still have that on you. It was never written in your character sheet, and I have it written down
Yeah.
in my own notes, but it was just never written on your character sheet. I didn't take it away, but yes, you still have that. Yeah, don't worry about that. I didn't take everything away. Okay. But anyways, I will say before the enemy start, this right here, this rubble pile, you can see all of you can see a bunch of your stuff is in there. Now, to reclaim all your stuff, it's going to take two turns, sequential turns. So you need to spend 2 turns being at there using your action to grab all your things. And I will allow that once you grab all your things, you'll have it on you. Like you can pull out your great axe or tab, you can pull out your rapier once you have it. But you will have to stay there for 2 turns. So you might want to think about who's going to protect each other, or what are you going to do, or how you want to get all your stuff things. Unless you don't want to, that's up to you. But I will say that it will take 2 successful turns of you using your actions to reclaim all of your stolen stuff, or at least hopefully most of your stolen stuff.
Well, I've still got my tall war, so I don't particularly care right yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't. My gun isn't even usable, even if I did get the bullets back. So I don't think I really care about that right now.
Would like my rapier at least.
All right. So
I'm good.
we got to go get back Nedward. I'm just decided that's what I'm going to name your rusty rapier, Nedward.
What the
No, you're
So-
not gonna.
Maybe other people's items.
The two Kuatoas nearby are the ones that sort of walk for a little bit. They are in this sort of demeanor of curiosity. They're wondering what you are and what you're doing here. They have no idea how you got here. They didn't even know you were here. So they're just they're cautiously walking and moving towards you with their spears at the ready. The other Kuatoas seem to just be also looking and gawking at all you. Even the ones with the crown over here is gawking at you. So right now, that's all they're going to do for right now. They are in a cautious state. And we'll go ahead and move to Tav. It's your turn.
Okay, they don't seem that scary. Oh god. Okay, that went well. Let's see if I can make it there. Yeah, I can. I'm just gonna casually
I'm just gonna
walk up
catch-
here and try to
Roll
find
over.
my rapier.
Everything's fine.
Okay.
It's fine. Hello.
So it will take 2 turns to get everything. So I'll go ahead and count this as your turn of rummaging. You do get your rapier, still rusty as ever, along with half of your things that were taken from you.
What if I
and you,
only want to get my rapier? Also, just that.
all right, well then I will say that it will still just be an action to grab your
Yeah.
rapier. Okay, so that's fine. You have your rapier back, so you can add the rapier back into your inventory.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I'm gonna bardic inspiration ox.
Good choice.
Ox, do something.
All right. With that, I believe that's the end of your turn, Tav.
Yeah.
All right, Sterling, is your turn.
All right. He's going to run right over to this one
Shit.
and swing at it.
Okay.
Oh no.
You do have advantage on these swings, as the fury that is now taking hold of you is enhancing your ability to strike these foes with utmost prejudice.
All right. The first one's going to be a 16, and the second is going to be a 12. So 16.
Both. Oh yeah, hits for sure. The 16 definitely hits.
That's going to do roll low, 4 damage.
4 damage. As you are using the short sword.
Yeah.
As you swing with the short sword, it has a small little like shell like buckler, and it tries to block it, but you're in this like red zone sort of sight, and you just see nothing but blood of this creature that you want to spill onto the sand. And you overpower his attempt to block you, and you barrel that short sword right into the neck and shoulder area. It's not bloody, but you do quite enough damage to freak it out. And although the Corvators are just like,
Yeah, and that's going to be it for my turn.
okay, so it's your turn.
Okay, so I'm gonna hold my action, but I am gonna say, I want to talk to your leader. I don't know. I mean, at this point, I don't feel comfortable just slaughtering these things.
Yeah,
I know
at
that
this point, you
it's.
could claim that I'm not part of your group, and I couldn't defend myself because I am silenced. Um.
You can make a persuasion check at a very hard disadvantage. One, they probably just don't understand you. Two, they just saw one of your companions just wreck one of theirs.
All right. Well, let's try it. All right. So that's probably going to be it. Let's. So it's either 9 or. Yep, it's going to be 9.
The nearby Kuotoas look at you and they gawk and they see the side of their own that just got hacked into the shoulder, and they now have this grimace in their eyes and they look at your group in a very different light.
Sorry about that.
Well, I guess I'm going to. All right. Well, I'm just gonna be like, don't attack me because it never ends well. That's how I end my turn.
Okay.
So I'm holding my
we're at-
action until then. So I still have my
You're gonna-
action and bonus, I guess.
So unfortunately, it's a new turn, so that
Okay.
now does not apply because that's the crappy thing about being last in the initiative. Yeah. So once your turn ends, you can't technically hold an action because the turn is now anew. Yeah. Sorry, buddy.
All right. Well,
But
give him a
I know
chance.
I know what you're implying. I know that you don't want to attack these creatures, because of the situation. That you all understand a little bit more so than what these creatures understand. So yeah, for sure.
Okay.
But the enemies will start, and at least these ones they're going to actually go towards Sterling. This one is going to go in front of you with its spear, and he's going to point its spear at you, and he's going to, gawk at you. You obviously are making you have no inkling of wanting to attack this creature, correct?
Right. Yeah. I'm just standing there like.
Okay. It's going to gawk at you, and then it's going to throw its net on you.
Oh, that was a
I need
bad
to-
idea. That was a bad idea. For
So I
him.
need to make
I'm
a
fine.
range. Yeah. So I need to make a range attack. That is an 8. The net just goes wide. Actually, no. The net goes on you, but you just literally grab one of the ends and just throw it away. Just like, no, stop.
That was your one chance. Goodbye.
Alright, so
Lucky.
that's
Just counted at that.
that's failed. And then over here, we're doing all these attacks on Sterling.
Yeah.
So one of them's gonna get
Right,
advantage
yeah,
because
here.
two of them are gonna have advantage. One does not. So we're gonna go here.
Oh, boy, yeah.
So I'll roll 2d20s. And I think it's +3. Yeah, +3. So I'll roll 2d20s. So I got 3 and a 17. One's gonna hit you. Sorry. Let me roll again. Both of them are gonna hit you with the spears, and that's going to be. And they're using one hands because they all have nets on them. So
Oh, one here. Very bad
And
experience,
one.
isn't it, last time? So
that is a 4 and a 3. So that's technically 7. 7 points total of piercing damage.
all right.
Right, and then the other one's going to attack you with his spear, and it's going to roll a 7, and it misses as it whizzes by you. Okay. The other Kutoas are just still gawking and looking. They actually all look to the one with the crown over here on this sort of little barge wooden platform, and the one's like looks at you and then it looks at the wall and it calls out to the one over here, and it says something in this gurgling, disgusting Aquan language. And you can see that there's magic beginning to become even stronger in this general area in front of the sealed door. And then this is going to go ahead and move. It's going to go ahead and dive into the water, and it disappears underneath. Okay. And that's going to be it. So Taff, go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna first cast Hex on that one. And
Sorry, just give me a second. Which one? Can you ping again?
that.
That one? Okay. I need to
Yeah.
make a what can I say?
It's not a save.
Oh, it's a hex. Sorry, you're using you're just putting a hex on. So that's what's hex do again?
When I did damage to it, it does 1d6 extra,
Perfect.
and I can choose an ability, and it will have disadvantage on it.
Perfect.
So
All right.
it will have disadvantages on strength checks.
Disadvantage on strength check. Got it. Okay, sounds good.
Does hex apply to everyone or just Tav? Like,
I
can
think it
I
only
also do
applies-
T6? Or
I think it only applies to Tav.
So, and then I will run up and I will stab it in the back.
Okay, sounds good. You will have advantage.
17 and 17.
Yep, both that hits for sure.
Let's see. 9 damage plus 1d6, 4. That's
Yeesh.
13 damage.
13 damage. It is beaten as the rapier hums with excitement, once again being in your hands, and it goes straight into the spine of this Kuatoa, and it yelps in pain as it drops the net at its left hand. It reaches around to like feel the rapier that was stuck there momentarily. And as you pull it out, it cuts a little bit of its hand. It is beaten for sure.
And that's all of my actions.
Okay, Sterling, it is your turn.
Okay, so he's just, I think, just gonna keep trying to kill the ones right in front of him.
Okay, sure.
It's gonna be 21.
21 will hit.
Gotta roll that again. 5 damage.
5 damage. It is bloodied.
So they have nets, right?
They all have nets and spears.
How would it be like a full action to grab a net, or would it be a bonus action?
I will say it will be an action because they will try to not relinquish the net to you, so it'd be like an opposed check.
What if I took it from the guy that just got like stabbed in the back?
He dropped his net.
I will say he did drop his net. I will say that you can use. You have two options that I'm going to allow. You can either move around here and take an attack of opportunity to. Actually, no. It wouldn't matter. Go ahead and you can use your bonus action if you wish to.
Yeah, I want to use my bonus action to grab the net. Then I want to throw it on this one to the right of me using my action surge.
Sounds good.
What roll would that be?
You just need to make a range attack roll.
Would that add my proficiency?
No, just the dex. So it'd just be your dex.
Ugh, 9.
9. Unfortunately, you just don't have enough room to finagle a net to get around. So when you throw it, it goes haphazardly to the left side. However, it does get caught up in its spear. So its spear is now covered in the net, which makes it a little bit awkward to swing it with.
And then I'll wait for my turn.
Okay. Ox, go ahead.
And here I am.
I think
You're muted.
Yep, sorry. I had roll 20 jack up on me, so I'm reloading it real quick.
Oh, for sure.
Okay. Moving stuff out of the way. Like, I just had this thing where my computer decided to flash black for a second. I was like, oh no! But everything is still up like it's supposed to be, so that's good. All right, now I can shrink this map down. Okay. I am... There's not really much anyway about this. I'll have to atone for it later. Because I'm not going to feel good about this.
Yeah, I figured the same.
I'm not, unless I'm in dire straits, I'm not gonna rage because I'm not angry at these folks. I'm just going to be like, I'm sorry, but there's no other way. And I step up to this guy. And I pull out my Tall War and I swing with my bonus action because I figure why not, because I'm probably going to end up using them both anyway. Swing at him with my bonus action. Oh, good. That's fun. I rolled a 1.
You can use your oh, that's true. Never mind. All right, yeah. Because you just don't want to hurt these creatures. They may seem and probably are evil or seem evil, or they just seem, very primitive. You have no reason to be slaying them, and also conducting the aftermath of smearing their corpse all over the walls of this evil deity. So it makes sense why you just really missed this time.
Oh shit. All right, I'm gonna see if I can get my heart in the game here. Nope, I just can't do it. I rolled
Just
7.
fail really
Damn.
bad on a charisma check. Yeah.
I'm, guys, this is terrible. That's my turn.
All right, at the top of the order, I need Sterling to go ahead and make a charisma saving throw.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, I'm great at this. That's a 5.
Oh my
You are
god.
still bent on killing and conducting yourself as deemed and dictated by this evil deity, known to the other two as Nicerelia. All right, top of the order, the enemies. The enemies are still frantic over here by you, but the others are still watching. They are curious, but still on the defensive. They are cautious, and they do move a little bit closer to you. And then the ones over here actually make their way to the ocean, begin to swim towards you all. Over here, this one right here is actually going to, as it fumbles around the one that you just stabbed, Tav, it is going to actually disengage and it's going to flee back
Okay, that's
this way
weird.
to its allies. It's just like help. Help. This one right here is going to move this way, and they're going to attack Sterling together for that advantage. So I'll go and roll a d20 for this guy with
God.
advantage. Misses, and then the other one with advantage that's going to hit. That's a natural 20. Of course it is.
Oh, I'm juggling the sight. Seems
Ridiculous. That's 7 points of piercing damage
altogether.
altogether. Yep.
Looking great. I like
Could only
how
one.
my
Yeah, could only one hit you. All right. And that is it for the enemies. Like I said, the others are over here. They do not understand the situation. But on the other side, there's a whole new situation going on over there. There is chanting, there is the language, this muttering, gurgling language being conducted, and there's this magical ritual just going on over there. It seems like they're just in a defensive posture, trying to defend you from dealing with this. And for you, Sterling, failing that charisma check again, Narcelia is commanding you to kill your way over to this area. So once you mop up here, you are at least
start running over there.
you need to start making your way as fast as you can to that area. All right. So with that is Tav. It's your turn.
Okay. This is not great. Oh, I'm gonna run here. And I'm gonna try to non-lethally knock out this one. Because I'm kind of feeling bad that I stabbed that other one in the back. Okay, that's better.
This is 2 people in here just like, this is not good. This is horrible. And one just like, let's murder them all.
Yeah, screaming in silence.
Oh no, you're not silent anymore. You're all good there.
Oh, okay.
Damn.
Because I don't have the drum anymore. All right.
Yeah.
How many damage?
8 non-lethal
8 points of damage. You have bloodied this poor Kotoa.
I'm gonna say to Sterling. Sterling, can you please snap out of that rage? It's not like you. That's more Ox's style. And even he's not raging right now.
I've killed a lot of people. I think saying it's not likely. It's inaccurate, really. I need to kill all these people so I can get out of here and then kill the Dragonborn guy. And then I'll give information to my people back home. But I need to do this.
All right, Tab, is that all for your turn?
That's all for my time.
Sterling. Go.
All right.
Yeah. Yep. Go ahead.
Just gonna keep swinging at the guy. This one to my left.
Yes.
That's gonna be a 13.
With advantage.
Oh, it's advantage. All right.
You're gonna have advantage in all these attacks against these creatures.
It's 11, so 13.
13 will hit him.
7 damage.
7 damage. It is now beaten as you pummel once again, and this time you stab through the clavicle, and as you take the sword out, it screams in pain, and it curses you in its own language.
Oh, come on.
That sounded mean.
Shouldn't I stay in some annoying god's temple, and I wouldn't have to be here killing you all?
If you guys hadn't have started doing crazy crap, we wouldn't be doing crazy crap too.
This
Yeah.
isn't my fault. This is your fault.
Exactly. And I'm gonna take my second win to heal 1d10 plus 3.
Okay. Sounds good. Ox, it is your turn.
Us.
Thanks.
Oh, do I see the magic and the craziness happening over there in the corner? Because I'm kind of faced that direction.
You can faintly see the magic. You can actually you can see because the docks are about like 5 or 6 feet above the water. And you can also feel it. Like all of you can feel this also nefarious demeanor magic that doesn't feel good.
So that's enough for me to at least try to stop the magic. I don't want to kill him. This guy's just looks like he's trying to do his job. He's probably got a wife and kids at home. So I'm just gonna throw him to the side. Like I'm gonna throw him and I'm gonna start heading towards where the ritual is taking place.
Okay.
So that's what I'm gonna attempt to do.
All right, he's gonna obviously challenge you. So it's gonna be a opposed strength check. I don't think these guys are good at strength at all. +1 actually.
15.
15. And he rolled a 7. Or would you
I-
like to
You roll a
throw him?
d12.
I'm just
I
gonna
rolled a d12.
I'm gonna throw him at the pile of our crap.
You rolled a 20. Never mind.
Oh,
Sorry, 'cause I
God.
rolled a d12. As you pick him up, you actually see that he is just now emblazoned with his purpose in holding you away from what is happening on the other side. And he holds his ground. And you, maybe just because you just aren't putting all the effort into this, because you don't really want to hurt these creatures, you're just like, all right, come on, little guy. And it doesn't budge. And he just looks at you and gawks at you. And you can see that, yeah, he's gonna put up a fight for his life on this. And he holds his ground.
I just
You're-
oh no, I couldn't. Well, no, there's a chance I could win. Oh no, never mind. I didn't use Bardic Inspiration first. Okay.
yes.
I do have a bonus action. I so
This is crazy.
fuck it. And I just swing my Tall War at him.
Okay.
I'm just trying and it's not working. I don't even know.
This fight's going
Oh,
downhill really
fuck.
quick.
A natural 20.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So that gives me 2 die 8. Well, yeah, 2 die 8 plus 3. 16 damage.
God.
How would you like to end this Kuwatawa?
What's the most merciful way
This
to
is
kill
just
it?
the saddest thing where I'm just like, please move. And then he just looks at me with a conviction. And I was like, challenge accepted. And it's not like a flourish. It's just like, you made this happen and I'm sorry. And I just a quick stab to the heart. And then I push him out of the way. And then I just start walking over to the thing. I'm just like, this is terrible.
It was just too easy. And you throw his lifeless corpse and hits the rock over here. Oh my gosh.
Oh God.
1,
fucked up.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Was that 6? I got 30 movement, so I think I moved there. I don't know. That's 5. So so I was here. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. All right. I'm here.
Okay.
Shit. Just there's nothing I feel good about right now.
Yeah, you
This fight
see
is a downer.
the fish like head looking your general direction of the
Okay. That's my turn. Just a defeated ox just killing because there's no other choice.
All right, I need Sterling to make another charisma saving throw.
Oh, yeah, I do have a +2, and I'm just rolling really bad. This one's a 12.
12. The fury dissipates and you collect
Oh.
back to your normal senses.
Thank
Oh,
God.
that's good.
Top of the order, the enemies. This one's actually going to use its action to disengage because it's like it's going to run.
Sorry about that, bud.
My bad,
Going
guy.
to run. This one's going to also, as it sees its precarious situation, is going to run as well, disengage. And the others, though, are going to jump into the ocean or the sea. Sorry, the water. Okay. And then the one with the crown emerges from the tides. All right. Like I said, they're still taking a defensive posture towards your group. Like I said, they definitely seem to just be on the defensive. They're not trying to kill you unless you get close to them. It looks like they're trying to keep together, where the strength lies in numbers. Tav, it's your turn.
Okay. Can you consider them beasts?
They are not beasts. They are
Fuck.
humanoids.
Okay.
They have an
Then I
intelligence
can't
over
speak with
3.
animals.
Yes.
Okay then. Don't want to do that. Wonder if I can scare them a little bit. I'm gonna do something.
Before you do that, finally, Lloyd's voice reaches back in. Tav, whatever you're gonna do, don't. Just run. Leave. Do not answer the beck and calls of this evil deity. Just run with your friends. Leave now. And then the voice, it's like Lloyd's voice is being suppressed. And you can only imagine that it's probably Nicelia's doing.
Oh, well, that's a dick move. Hey guys, I think we should just leave.
Well, I have my
Because-
items in the garbage pile.
Yeah,
So,
I'm gonna just go and start picking up my items because Lloyd told me that we should leave, so we should leave.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna.
we also
So-
need to find Steven still.
Yeah, Steven is a little bit bigger problem, but we'll solve that problem when we get to it.
But what if the God Lady has Steven?
Yeah, I hope not, because I
They
love
don't
Steven,
do that.
and then I'm
don't do
gonna
that.
have to kill a god.
So I'll go ahead and bring this up right now. Are you all just trying to leave at this point?
At this point, I think
I
like
don't
now
know.
that Sterling's like not so angry, I think he's gonna go get his items and like start preparing to leave after feeling bad for killing some or hurting some of these people.
Right. Tav, Ox? I mean, Tav, it looks like you just want to leave, obviously, because you finally heard Lloyd's voice telling you in a frantic sort of mood, demeanor of, do not listen to this bitch. Leave. Run.
Yeah, so I wanna leave.
What about you, Ox?
My heart wasn't in this to begin with, and I feel like we may lose a very dear friend. I don't know. I'm conflicted because if this crazy water witch has Steven's as good as dead.
Yeah. That also she is a god, and if we try to leave without like appeasing
We don't
her,
I mean, we know how to get out. We know that the other way is the way out.
Yeah.
I mean,
Choices.
I
but
don't.
she is
how-
mad.
okay,
She could mess with us.
What can I tell about Kuatoa in general now that I know what they're called? I don't know if I can roll something to see
Based
if I know
on-
that they're evil.
I will say right now, based on your limited, you may have come across Kuatoa maybe once in your life, and it's only probably in your past being on the coast with your tribe. Kuatoa are evil creatures. They serve a very evil deity, and they do blood rituals. They do very nefarious things. They are not nice, lawful creatures at whatsoever. right now you're in your predicament. You're in a battle between two evils, and you need to decide which is the lesser evil, I guess. And whatever your choice is, that's your choice. But regardless, a little bit, and so do you, Tav. Kuatoas are very evil creatures. They may not seem evil now, but because it's probably because they're focusing on some sort of evil magic that has to deal with the shrine over there. But regardless, they are not good people. They have done terrible things. Their race do terrible things, and they serve a terrible deity as well.
Oh,
not-
choices, moral choices.
I don't really know any of that, especially since I don't know the deity. But if I were to, I don't think the god's lesser evil, but it is the evil that will help us if we kill the other one.
Tav, I will say that in the rubble that you're looking through right now, you do find the burlap sack of the loot that you guys got from Jack's Pool Cove, along with a worn ledger of the naval intelligence. So everything is in this debris,
Nice.
Except Steven.
including your potions, except Steven. Yeah, Steven is the only thing not here.
Oh,
That's the
The
only
most
thing I care
valuable.
about.
Okay,
valuable
okay,
thing
I've
is-
got an idea. I've got an idea. This is fucking terrible. And it goes real well. All right. I so guys, I've got an idea, but we're going to have to stay.
Okay.
All right.
We've got to stop this ritual.
Yeah. The more I
Which one?
think about
The
it,
one where we
we need
smear
to
the guts on the walls, or the one where they're like doing a blood sacrifice?
Both?
Yeah. So I've got an idea. And I don't know if any of these deities read minds, but if you can't, get the fuck out. I just I'm gonna stop this ritual at the very least. These things I found my purpose. Evil goes down.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sounds great.
before I understood a little bit more about what these psychos were, I felt bad. But now that I know that it's psycho versus psycho, all right, I'm back in the game. I'm back in the game.
Oh. Oh, they're also evil.
Yes.
Oh. Okay, then I don't feel
Yeah.
so bad.
They,
I thought they were like lesser evil, but if they're both evil, then why not kill two evils with one stone?
why don't let the gods kind of die?
Yeah, but we can stop our plans a little bit at least.
Yes.
The
Okay.
plan is just to clear them all out, and then
Yeah, but then we're gonna smear blood on something and release her probably, and she's gonna take over the sea or the coast or something. So let's not do that part.
Okay. So no more discussion. Let's do it. Somebody find my great axe and bring it to me. I'm headed toward the guy.
On it.
yeah.
All right, so I guess you're all in agreement. You're going to stay and you're going to continue this fight.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. So with that, we'll go ahead and take a break as we're going to get back into combat. So we'll go ahead and take a 15-minute break, y'all. And
Yeah.
we will see you back.
Okay.
Awesome. I love it, guys.
Oh my god. Bye for now.
All right. Welcome back, y'all. So, with the group deciding to stick it out and continue the little conflict here in the bowels of this grotto, we're going to actually start the turn with Tav.
Yeah, I'm still taking all the stuff.
Okay, so you're going to spend your final. I'll say that you can just spend one more action. You'll get all your stuff. So since you grab, I'll say that you grab some other stuff too as well. All right, so you spend your action. You do manage to grab everything that you had lost, which we can update that afterwards. So
Yeah,
Sweet.
it's a lot.
Cool. Steven's head's in there. No, I was kidding.
No.
Oh no.
No!
Eating all our healing bombs that we lost.
Yeah, he's actually just like there. He's like, oh, I've been here this entire time. You can still move and stuff. So
Yeah. Let's see how far I can move. I can move right there to the sand. There.
okay,
And I will wait.
all right. Still,
Standing there menacing.
Alright, I'm gonna do the same and walk up to this pile and start searching through it.
okay, sounds good. So as you search, you manage to reclaim all your healing bombs, your crowbars, and all your ammunition. Unfortunately, your musket is completely useless at this point, but you do have your ammunition back, along with the rest of it. You do collect 2 more of your daggers, so I will say that. All right.
I think I'll just start
Um,
moving away actually. I feel like I probably have enough to fight them.
Sure. Okay. Sounds good.
30 POV. My turn.
All right.
All
It's your
right.
turn.
Let me check the distance here. Yay. I am going to use my bonus action to Bardic Inspire Tav.
Awesome.
Let me get-
Wow. I feel so
Wow.
inspired.
We're gonna take them down. Ba-da-da-da-dow.
Dum, 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 dum.
All right, and
All right.
then I am going to use my action and my move action. I'm going to dash. So that will get me 5, 10, 15, there's 30 right there. So next to that rock. Do do do. And that is my
You
turn.
activated my trap card. Okay.
No.
Sounds good. All right. Ox, you sprint to the nearby boulder, making your way to the other side of this lagoon, eyeing the dark ritual happening in front of the great, sealed and most likely magically warded door that leads into this nice Sarlia's shrine. The enemies, seeing that you are not leaving and seeing that you are still somewhat making an advance towards them, they are still in defensive posture. This one's going to go and continue to look through these heaps of broken crates, and you can see them munching on something. Well, Tav and Sterling, you can see them munching on something. Their backs are facing towards you, so you can't see what they're munching, but they must have grabbed something in these broken crates and are eating it. And they are no longer beaten.
I think it's our rations or something. Or healing bombs.
Yes.
You know,
Every
our healing
creature
bombs,
in this
like
world just
Steven.
eats. Yeah, they're all Steven. Also quite scary. All right. This one. Oh, I just never. Okay. Adjustments. This one's still. How long does the hex last?
1
Tab?
hour.
1 hour. Cool.
Jeez.
Perfect. They're still bloodied though, so that's fine. This one's apparently bloodied. Yeah. Okay. And this one's gonna also make its way to great. This one's gonna go over here. And then it's going to throw a net at you. Actually, it's gonna move closer. It's gonna throw a net at you, Tav.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see.
Nice
Don't
try,
let it
buddy.
catch you.
14. I don't think 14 will hit you.
I have 13 in armor class.
Damn. The net envelops you and weighs heavily and weighs you down into the sand.
Oh no!
So you're currently netted.
Netted.
Netted. Hey now. All right. And this one's gonna go ahead and make his way with the spear at the ready. This larger, more imposing Kuotoa with the hook spear makes his way towards you, Sterling. This is
Jeez.
what this one looks like, and he has a hook as well, attached to a rope. We'll go ahead and put it in NPC appears. Yeah, this one's walking toward you.
This is nice.
Larger, brutish, more imposing. His teeth are a lot sharper, a lot more vicious looking. And it eyes you down, Sterling, and he points his spear at you. And a wisp of little fire emerges in the center of the hook spear, and it becomes even bigger. And he casts Sacred Flame on you.
No. Is that attack roll or a saving throw on my
I'm
part?
pretty sure it's an attack roll. Let me check.
It's a saving
had
throw.
this.
Dexterity, I think.
Dexterity saving throw?
Uh.
It is a dexterity saving throw.
All right. Saving throw. I got 18.
18, you are good. As the flame whips past you, the Kuatoa curses under its breath, and that was its action, so it's going to just stay put right there. All right, this one right here is going to move closer. It's going to split the difference. It's going to go ahead and move right here. It's 20. It's going to move behind, and just within 15, he's going to throw a net at you, Ox,
Okay.
for a 15.
Well, good on you,
You
guy.
are, you are netted.
That's in
All right. This one's going to move right here. And then this one's going to move over here and get into a defensive posture. This one's going to go over here. It's going to attack you with advantage. That's going to hit. Or 6 points of piercing damage as it stabs you near the abdomen or in the general abdomen region.
Ouchie.
All right, the rest of the Kuatoa over here. This one continues, and you see this Kuatoa in the distance. Ox, you see this other large one with the hook spear plunge the spear into the Kuatoa. It shivers and quakes, and it falls limp, and you can see the blood sort of just get soaked into this sort of ruined ritual circle. And this Kuatoa is dead.
Hmm.
I'm so lucky that my musket's not working right now.
Right. Tav, your turn. You
Yeah,
are
I'm
netted.
Stuck. So
You can make a strength check, or you can make a melee attack to cut it out. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a melee attack. I have
Okay.
minus
It
2
will-
in strength.
Correct. And it will be a disadvantage though.
Oh,
Don't forget about your inspiration.
yeah, I thought about that too. I'm gonna do a strength check then. And that's 13. I'm gonna use my inspiration.
There you
Just
go.
in case. That's 15.
All right. You managed to free yourself and throw the nets off of you.
Yeah.
That was your action though, unfortunately. So you do have your movement
Yeah.
and a bonus action.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I'm just gonna move to his face. And I don't have any good bonus actions right now. Or no, I'm good.
Sterling, your turn.
Let's see. To there, and then if I want to double it. Yeah, I think I'll dash action and run to that square.
Okay.
Good so far? Fine. And then I think that's it.
I will remind you that you still have those figurines if you want to use them next time.
Yeah, but the thing about them is that they. It, How long would the trip to the island be? Do I know? Like
Yeah, it's gonna
approximately?
take like 4 or 5 days.
Oh, okay. Uh, well, hold on to the use of them now, but I'll probably will use them soon.
Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, I just want to remind you that you have them and they could prove beneficial, especially since you are at a disadvantage without your rifle. Okay, Ox, it is your turn.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and take this net off of myself using my strength.
Sure.
I don't think I'm gonna use my bardic inspiration. 17.
Oh yeah, you just literally throw the net off and it goes clink into the rock behind you.
And I just look at the one right in front of me. I'm like, it doesn't pay to be evil, kids. And I use my bonus action to hit him with my tall war.
All right, sounds good.
Oh God.
Whoa! All right, that's
All right,
15.
15 hits.
No, that was no. I hit with a nat 20.
Right, 15 damage.
Yes.
Correct. So with that, how do you finish this kuta?
I literally like nonchalantly just throw off the net, look at him, and just go, "It doesn't pay to be evil. It's just business." And just like the last one, except with a little bit more like, "I know you're evil. I'm not as heartbroken about this anymore." A stick, and on the ground.
Yep. As it slumps to the ground, the blood begins to be carried away by the water, and it is dead. All right. Slow movement.
That movement. I'm just gonna do 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I'm just gonna walk right up to him and just say, "You can leave." And that's my
All right.
turn.
Top of the new turn enemies. This Kuto is going to throw a net on you, Sterling.
kind of rude.
I think it will miss as the net just sort of like gets it touches the water too early and it just gets carried away by the water. And it will go ahead and just get in your face right here.
I was really trying to avoid this.
And then this one's going to go ahead and make its way towards you.
All right.
And he's going to
Pretty
use
good.
his pincer staff. Whatever that means.
What? Oh no, a
What could
pincer,
that
a
be?
pincer staff in a pincer attack. This is terrible.
It's crazy. Oh yeah, that's right. And he is with advantage.
16 hits, anyways.
Yeah. Okay. So that's going to go ahead and be what's the okay. That's to be 3 points of piercing damage, and you are grappled. As soon as it hits your torso, the hooks around it clamp around your waist, and you are held there in place.
Oof.
All right.
That doesn't suck,
That's a
right?
good deal. Like, fine.
All right. So you are currently just immobilized. All right. Over here, this Kuitoa is gonna go from behind and stab you. He's like, lunges from behind. It's gonna hit, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and roll one more for advantage. Okay. Sorry, that was D6. Nope, that was correct. All right, and then D6. And that is 5 points of piercing damage.
Ow.
And then the other one in front of you is going to go ahead and stab you as well. Actually,
no.
no, it's going to bite you. It's
Ugh.
going to it's going to open its vicious maw of sharp, razor sharp teeth, small but actually somewhat big because it's a humanoid fish, and bite down on you. And dirty 20. Jeez Louise. And that's 4, for 3 points of piercing damage. Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna use Hellish Rebuke.
Hellish Rebuke. As soon as the bite leaves its mark, flames swirl around you, and enhanced, obviously, with your genie patron, Lloyd, the Ifrit. It resounds back.
Yeah, it
What's-
needs to make a dex save of
Yes,
13.
yes.
Uh,
Dex save, right?
Dex.
yeah.
Oh
Dirty 20.
shit. Dirty 20.
Jeez.
It's still like
Still takes a lot.
2d4.
Yeah, still takes some damage.
Wait, what? 2d10, yeah. That's 14 damage.
14, and at the end you actually feel like Lloyd's presence is slowly, or sorry, now quickly returning back to you, and the fire illuminates brighter, and it actually does an additional damage of 6 more damage. It completely incinerates the Kuatoa. As Lloyd comes in the back of his, like, if we must fight here, Tav, then we will destroy this foul evil, and I will help you.
Yeah, good job, Lloyd. And I high five myself.
Yeah.
You're right.
Jeez. Oh my gosh. Lloyd's just like awkwardly in like this wherever dimensional space he is. It's just like, Tav. Tav. Why do you gotta make me look not cool?
You're cool, but I'm cooler.
Oh. That is, he's still supportive, so he's like, that's very true. You are really cool, cooler than me.
Yeah.
All right. Was there? Oh, that was their turn.
Yeah, now it's my turn.
Now it's your turn.
Now it's my turn.
This one's just gonna move this way, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna Eldritch Blast that one with my hex on it. That one there.
Okay. You can actually see that they are chewing on what looks like to be severed arms and hands.
Ugh.
Okay,
Human
I got a
or
19.
19 will definitely blast this fool.
So that's 4 plus
4 plus
1, so 5 damage.
5 damage. The head of this Kuatoa gets blasted off and it drops overboard into the water. It's dead.
And then with my bonus action, I will place my hex on this one.
Okay, awesome. What does the hex look like, by the way?
Let's see. I'm just gonna place a curse. It's like a fiery beacon that swirls around their head.
Awesome. Right. As this one, the little fire beacon disappears and it reappears over this Kuatoa. The Kuatoa looks up and it's like, huh?
Ah.
And like in the back of your head, you can just feel like you can hear Lloyd just mutter, "Now burn." Okay.
Yeah, that's it. I'm not gonna
All
move.
right. Awesome. Sterling, it's your turn.
All right. I'm grappled, but I don't think I need to worry about it too much. If I want to use my figurines, would it be an action or a bonus action to use?
It is an action.
All right. I'm gonna place one figurine on the right here. Oh, I'm using them right here and right here. I'll use both of them.
Sure. As you toss it up and you say the magical words, the two golden figurines fly upward into the air, and after you say the magical words, they actually grow dramatically in size into very proud lions with golden bands on their necks. Boom. Oops, sorry. Boom.
I just hear. I'm guessing I hear growling behind me, and I start. Holy shit!
Yeah, you hear two mighty roars as now there are two large lions. Like they were golden little figurines, they turn into actual lions. They have golden bands that sort of they don't even touch their fur. They just sort of surround their napes, their necks, and they have golden bands around their wrists on all four of their legs. And they look directly at the Kuotoa that's holding Sterling in place. And the Kuotoa is just like,
Shit.
he's not, he still like looks vicious and very scary, but like he's just you Sterling, you can see a little like a little glimpse of like fear. He's like, oh shit.
Ah, butts.
Right? So those are under your control. I will give you the stats on the lions.
Do they go on my turn, or will they have their own initiative?
You have the item in your inventory. If you want to read it, go ahead. I'll go ahead and look it up in a minute once I post all that stuff. So this is what the figurines look like normally. I'll go ahead and put this in the downtime or the in-session chat just because. And then here's the stats. I'll go ahead and also put it in the downtime chat for now.
It does not say whether or not it has its own.
I'll say that they go ahead on your turn then. So they can now be used right now.
All right. That's what I like to hear. One's going to go ahead and use a bite attack on the guy that's grappling right now.
Okay.
And it does it with advantage because it has pack tactics.
Correct.
So it's gonna be. All right. One's a 17, and the other's it's 24.
Yeah, both hit.
Uh,
This thing's not wearing armor. It is literally like Ox over there. It's got a little tabard where
so
on the bottom.
one
Nobody in this room is like Ox.
How many points damage?
4 damage.
4 damage from one. Okay.
Yeah. And then the other one is going to. So to get out of this grapple, would I have to make a check on my action?
Yes, you would have to use your action to make a athletics check to break out of it, which is basically strength.
All right. Then the other one's gonna also make a bite attack.
Okay.
Which is advantage as well.
Sounds good. I will say that because it got attacked, it will be he will have to make a strength check at disadvantage because he's being attacked by 2 large lions.
So one's a 15, so I'm assuming that hits.
Yes, that definitely will hit.
The other one's a nat one though. That was funny.
Good,
That one is 10 damage.
10 damage. All right. Still up. So the 2 lions, they make ferocious bites onto the large imposing Kuotoa with the pincer staff or pincer spear. It shrugs both of them off. It takes the damage, but you can see that this Kuotoa is far superior than the other Kuotoas, and you can get a sense that it's probably been blessed by some sort of darker evil deity that it serves that makes it so strong, makes it so tough, makes it so opposing.
It didn't let go of me.
You need to make use your action. So when you make the thing, the save, then it will make it a disadvantage.
Okay.
So it's still holding on. Well, actually, no. I'll go ahead and make a strength check. You're right. I'll make a subject. So let me fix the health real quick. Okay. I'll go ahead and make a strength check to hold on, since it did get attacked by 2 large lions. Good on you. What's its strength modifier? It's a pretty beefy boy. Okay. So with disadvantage, so a 16 and a 5. You notice that he drops as the second lion bite chomps down on its right arm. It does fortunately drop his grip on the spear. So you are no longer grappled, but you still have a spear clamped around your torso though, which will impede your running. So if you're going to move, you will be moving at half speed unless you spend a bonus. I'll say you can spend a bonus action on your turn to take it off.
Well, here's what I was thinking. I was thinking about going on top of one line, like riding it and using its movement.
Sure, that's fine.
Can I do that? Yeah,
yeah, that's totally fine. On your turn, you just gotta spend an action to get onto your line, though.
Okay. Then I'll use my bonus action to have it free to take off the clamp.
Okay, sounds good. So the clamp is now off of you.
And that'll be it for my turn.
Okay, awesome. Ox, it's your turn.
just looking back. Oh shit. Well, I guess he's fine. Dude in front of me. Hey, friend. Let me introduce you to something that's a great equalizer. And I swing my war.
Okay.
17.
17. Yeah. Even the coach was like, yeah, dude.
8 damage.
8 damage, you bloody this fool.
All right. And we're
As the
going.
tower comes down on him.
And another attack with my bonus.
Sure.
24.
Yeah, definitely.
5.
5. It is beaten. And it is barely holding up.
You can leave now. That's my turn.
Okay. Top of the order, the enemies. This one on the far end will now call and beckon for this one, and it gets stabbed. This one dies as well.
Oh, that's probably not good.
You can hear now all of you can hear the bellowing of Narcelia. Hurry and destroy these foul beasts before they break my wards. All right. The enemy, they're going to keep munching on food to regen some health. And then this one's going to come over here and stabby stab. Stabby stab. That's a miss. And then the other one will stabby stab. And we'll hit. For 3 points of piercing damage, I need to have the one that hexed you. Is that disadvantage, right? I just realized that.
Yeah, if you strength, then it's
I need
disadvantage.
to roll. So it still hits you. Okay.
Damn.
3 points of damage.
Okay. And then this one's actually going to jump into the water, swim towards Ox, and it's going to go ahead and throw a net on you.
I haven't even actually begun to fight.
I know. All right. And with that, definitely miss. Nat 1. Nat sword just gets stuck in the water, and the Kudo is like, ah. Right. The Kuto over here is going to attack you, Sterling, since you're not on your line, one of your lines yet. It will have advantage. First one's a 22, second one's a 19. And then it will go ahead and apply 3 points of piercing damage onto you, Sterling. The Kuto over here, the big one, it's obviously sees these two as more threats, and it's going to head and it's going to mutter in a guttural language, and it's going to go ahead and you see before you, Sterling, this wispy, inky sort of veil enshroud the Kuatoa, the larger one, and it bestows upon him some sort of protection.
Ew.
Right, that was its action, and it's going to go ahead and just stay there. Yeah. All right. With that, it is Tav, your turn.
Yeah, I just have a question for God. What are they doing that's so bad about those wards?
From your magical knowledge, and maybe a little bit from your background as a tiefling being, nefarious in the sense, then that's mostly just your heritage, not you and your personal life. It seems like they're doing some sort of blood ritual, and they're using some sort of blood magic or some sort of nefarious dark blood magic to break the seals that seem to be what would have sealed the shrine. From your knowledge, it looks like Narcelia sealed the entrance into the shrine for whatever reason, to ward and establish wards so that nothing could just simply open it with just magic. It would require some sort of more effort to open the doors. And it seems like the whatever blood magic and dark magic that these Kuatoa are using are breaking down those wards and barriers so that they can simply walk through. And I think that's what, to your knowledge, was why Narcelia wants these to be done with. Because for some other reason, she has no followers here. She's on her whatever's in the shrine, whatever she's protecting the shrine. Maybe she's inside, who knows? But the magic that the Kuoto are using are very evil, and very powerful, very potent, and that's sort of how they are able to break down these barriers created by a deity.
Okay. Sounds great. Maybe we should let him do that and then kill him. Yeah, but I have other problems
Seems like
right
a
now.
treasure in there.
Yeah.
I just love that. Wait a minute. If they break in and then we kill them.
I'm gonna stab the one
Maybe
right.
them breaking this curse
Okay.
is so bad.
The one with advantage.
Okay, that's what's great. I don't have advantage or anything like that now.
Not on the one that's hexed?
Huh?
Not on the
No.
one that's hexed? Oh, really?
No, it's just more damage if I hit and I didn't hit.
That's right. That's right. For sure. Okay.
Okay, then I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds myself.
Okie dokie.
That's 8. Yay.
Nice.
Heal, and that's everything I can do because I
Alright.
don't want to move.
Okay. Sounds good. Sterling.
All right. I'm going to take my action to get on the lion. Here.
Okay. Sounds good.
And then I'm gonna have the lion leave with a dash. Towards the shrine over here. If we decide if you want to or not.
It is. You're already going through water, so it's going to kind of difficult terrain. So once you reach this point right here, it's going to be half movement, or you're going to be every foot is going to count as 2 feet
Okay.
with the lion. So unless you want to barrel through this Kuatoa right here.
Yeah, I would definitely get like a attack opportunity on me if I did that.
It'd most likely be on your lion, not you,
I guess so.
because he's a large creature.
You know what? To make sure I get as far as I can, I feel like. Okay, the best like possible route here. Maybe like that. Weigh as much water as possible.
Okay.
He'll.
Yeah. Is that what you want to do?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
So take both the opportunity attacks from them. And get there.
Actually, they're not going to make the opportunity to attack you. This one cannot, and this one is too busy dealing with the other one, so it's not going to focus on you. And then you will have to go through this Kuatoa. So I will say that you will get a chance to basically knock this Kuatoa out of your way. You are a large creature, or at least your lion is. So I will say you have the option. You can go ahead and barrel through it. If so, the Kuatoa will make a dexterity saving throw. If it fails, it will take damage. You want to do that?
Sure, I'd like to knock it down.
All right. So I'll go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw for the Kuatoa. It does have a plus nothing. The
Well,
natural
That's funny.
20. It goes into the water, evades you. Wow, this is crazy. Right. I'll put you on top of it. Bing, bing, boom. All right, so there you go. You did dash the line, so still have your own stuff.
You
still have your
movement in action.
You still have your
Actually,
action.
not my action because I
Yeah,
used the on.
Correct. You still have your bonus action, and you still have your own movement.
All right. How much movement do I got? 30. Make it about there.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to take that back. It makes more sense this way. I will say that you used half your movement to get onto your mount, and you still have your action.
Okay. Now, yeah, I think I'll get off my line now. Then just jump off and go there.
Sure.
That's 15 feet in front of me, and I'm gonna have to throw a dagger at the one casting the ritual.
Awesome.
Actions dagger. That will be a 21.
Nice.
We'll hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
7.
7 damage. Cool. I will have to roll a concentration check of a 10 because it wasn't above that. So what is this con? Con is not bad. Con's plus 2. This is 12. It still maintains concentration. Even though the dagger goes on, you do get a glimpse that it sort of just enjoys the pain as it's going through right now.
What a weirdo.
And you can see that the blood that sort of moved it's on its own into the center of this ritual stone's ruined ritual circle is now rising upwards. It's creating this thin, bloody veil around the Kuatoa that is now enacting. You see its hand gestures, you see it chanting in a very different, unorthodox language, very abyssal like, very, very undercommon like. You can see the runes on the walls begin to, that they were glowing a faint turquoise color, begin to slowly fade, and you get the somewhat um, semblance that maybe the wards are starting to weaken because of this ritual.
And then this line's gonna go ahead and take its bite attack against the.
Sure.
guys.
Of course.
Or
Um,
can I
real
say
quick-
they took the bite attack before I left, so he gets pack attack as well. It's like the advantage.
I will be lenient and say sure, that's fine. But yeah, that's fine.
Tactic. So he has a +5 to it. My best roll was I think, yeah, 11.
11 unfortunately does not hit because of whatever this inky veil that's surrounding this bulky Kuatoa. It you see before you leave your lion's paws sort of get stopped as if it hit a wall of this inky veil that surrounds it.
And that'll be it for my turn.
Okay, Ox, go ahead.
Well, now that I see Sterling is probably going to be much more likely to stop this up here before I am going to get there. I'm going to use my bonus action to swat the dude in front of me with my Tall War.
Okay.
That's a 14
Definitely.
and 10 damage.
You cut him in half, and his upper body, his upper torso flies into the water, and his lower torso just goes flying to the wall. Boom, he is gone.
I yell at Sterling, kick his ass! I'm going to go make sure this guy doesn't get you. And I'm going to go backwards.
Okay.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Nope. Well, how deep is the water where this Kuatoa is?
It's about 10 feet deep now. Or sorry, about 5 feet deep.
Okay, so
It's when you get into here is when it gets way deeper.
okay, so I can I make it up to that dude?
That guy right there?
Yeah.
Yeah. There you
Okay.
go. You're just like probably the water is about just past your the midsection of your thigh.
Okay. Let's go, buddy. Swinging a Tall War.
Okay.
23.
Yeah. Sure.
10 damage.
10 damage. It is definitely beaten.
Run.
Sorry, it is past bloodied, but not beaten yet. But
Okay.
regardless, you do cut off its left arm, and it's just shrieking pain.
Nice.
Okay.
And that is my turn.
All right. Top of your this Kuito is gonna come over here to help out this one, and this one's gonna actually go ahead and I need to make actually no, it didn't even hit, so he still got his spell up. So he's actually gonna use the action to disengage and move this way.
Perfect.
And then I need to check something. This action. Okay. He's gonna go ahead and just make his way. He did move past the area where his spear was, and he did use his movement to pick that up on the way, so he has his spear back.
Cool.
But other than that, that's pretty much it. So for him, so we'll go back over here with Tav. This one's gonna get in front, and they're gonna go ahead and double team.
Oh,
So
God.
first one. So first one with advantage misses, and then the second
Yay.
one with advantage
Oh.
will hit. And that is going to be another big 2 points of piercing damage.
Oh no. Whatever.
Oh,
shall I
I'm
do?
sorry. This one I need to reroll down because he has a disadvantage. Keep forgetting.
Oh yeah.
Forgetting because he's hexed. All right, so at disadvantage, 8 misses. All right, so nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing happens. All right, and then over here, the Kuatoa is going to continue with the ritual, and we'll go on to Tav.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna keep stabbing the hexed one.
Okay.
I hope I hit this time.
Mm-hmm.
That's 13.
13 hits.
Yeah.
Plunge the
4
rapier deep.
plus 9 damage.
9 damage. You have bloodied this Kuotoa.
You-
Right.
And I'm gonna use one healing bomb.
All right. Sound good. Sterling. For one. All right, Sterling, go ahead.
Take turn here. So this one is going to take the attack of opportunity from that guy. This is 20 feet, right? Yeah, 20 feet. So he's gonna run up to this guy. He's gonna use his
Pounce.
pounce attack. Yeah.
All right.
Which means that he's gonna hit him. If he hits, they have to succeed on a DC 13 strength saving throw or be knocked prone.
Correct. All right, go ahead and make the hit roll.
All right. This is gonna be unfortunately, but it definitely hits. That's the 23, so gets hit.
The strength. There's a 15 strength. As you see the Kuotoa hold back the large lion and actually just pushes it off.
He still takes 7 damage though.
Okay, sounds good.
And then yeah, that's gonna be it for that line. Then this line is gonna do the same thing as this guy though. He's gonna run all the way up here and do another pounce attack.
All right, sounds good.
Another.
I will have to have the lion make a charisma saving throw first, as he tries to breach through this bloody veil.
Oh, okay. Charisma's -1, so
Poop.
he rolled a 17.
17.
So
Yep.
-1 is 16. Yeah.
Yep. Still goes through. Go ahead and make your pounce attack.
Actually, I'm gonna run up there with him first, and then
That's fine.
so he gets back tactics.
That's fine.
So he gets advantage on this roll. That is a 13.
13 will hit.
I need to make a DC 13 strength saving throw.
That is a nat 30-20. As
A nat
he
30.
is like, he literally just holds his ground as the lion that you sent forward jumps on top of him, and the creature just, its muscles bulge and tightens, and he just doesn't move.
Well, he does take 9 damage.
That's fine.
And then I'm gonna go ahead and take a stab at him with my short sword.
Let me go ahead and make a concentration check before you make that attack.
All right.
Still good. Okay, go ahead and make your attack.
That is a 20. So not very
Definitely.
good. He's gonna take 7 damage.
7 more damage, and I'll make another concentration check. This guy is these Kuotoa whips are swole as hell. I'm assuming that was with your
can't lose the
with-
concentration.
with your short sword. Yeah, you stab him and he just doesn't flinch. He continues to mutter in whatever nefarious dark language, and the spell and the ritual continues on.
And then bonus action, I'm just gonna use a healing ball on myself.
Sounds good. Ox, your turn.
Tall War. Actually, just to make sure this works, I'm gonna. What is it? Where is it? I have it right here. Because I don't have to be raging for this. I'm just gonna use a reckless attack.
There you go. We finally get to see it.
I don't care if you try to hit me back, because you're not gonna hit me back, because I'm gonna smash you. I don't know, whatever the hell I'm yelling. All right, so it's 11 or 15.
15 what?
5 points of damage.
5 points of damage. Not bloodied. Close to. Oh no. Yeah. Sorry, dude. This thing's dead. I keep forgetting the icons I put on this guy. Yeah, he is gone.
All right. So that was my bonus action. Now I'm gonna
Do
go
me
over.
towards the other one. My line gets pack tactics.
Yep, that's what I'm doing. Hey, buddy. Let's dance.
Okay.
11 or damn 10.
10. Unfortunately, your attacks are sort of stopped in midair by this inky black veil that
Oh,
seems to be
that's
protecting you.
nasty. All right, well that's my turn.
Sounds good. All right, top of the order. This one's gonna actually disengage from you, Taff, and going to run to get some food.
Oh,
They really like that food.
This one is now no longer bloody. He's gonna go and press the attack. Except he's going to swim. And you got still swim, so boom, goes that far. This one's also not bloodied anymore. He's also jump and swim. Full dash. All right. This one's still eating. This one's gonna go ahead and make an attack roll on you. Stab. Oh, he's gonna actually bite you.
oh no.
For nothing. As he misses, as you sort of just sidestep his whole entire head.
No.
Not today. This Koto is gonna come from behind on your lion.
Brave.
Here. We'll hit. For 3 points of piercing on your lion. Okay. And then the Kuotoa in front, or right between Cord, Ox, and the Golden Lion. It's gonna go ahead and attack.
Which one of us is a bigger threat? Figure it out, buddy.
It's gonna go ahead and I don't know. You're both pretty imposing figures.
I'm smaller.
Yeah, it's gonna go ahead and take an attack of opportunity from the Golden Lion. So go ahead.
All right. Does that get pack tactics as well?
Yeah.
Rolled bad. 9.
9. Yeah, the inky veil once again blocks the Golden Lion, and then the Kuto is gonna go ahead. He's gonna move just over here, and he's going to he's going to go ahead and point his Spiritu Ox, and he's going to cast Sacred Flame. So go ahead and make a deck save, obviously with advantage, since you are danger. What I like to call is always danger close. Danger close. Danger close. Always danger close.
Either a 5 or an 18.
There you go. Okay. With that, the flame, you actually sort of just with your magical tower just sort of bat it down into the water
Just get
recklessly
out
because you're still in that reckless mode as well. Not to mention danger close. Like you're just frantically moving, constantly in movement. And the spell just goes wide, and the Koto is just like.
That was your one chance.
All right, over here, he's going to continue, and I'm going to need to roll a percentile.
Ew.
Okay. You see a large fissure begin to appear at basically the skull of this Triton woman statue. It goes all the way down to her abdomen. And you hear once again the bellowing voice of Narcelia. What are you fools doing? Kill this pathetic creature.
You know what? The more you complain, the more I'm gonna let him do this. You're lucky I'm even here.
What's your alignment, Sterling?
I think I'm was it chaotic neutral, I think? Let me check. Yeah.
I mean, fair.
So with that is Taff, your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna Eldritch Blast that one with the hex on it.
Okay.
So I can kill him or not. 7.
I will. Yeah, I was just saying, we'll give him a boost because you're gonna shoot through his ally. But okay. Regardless, the blast goes wide.
Yeah. And then I'm just gonna use a healing bomb
Okay.
because yeah, why not?
Sterling, go ahead.
All right. So I think I'm gonna have this one go first, just for simplicity. Yeah, he's gonna take a step back and he's gonna run towards the other one.
It will take an attack of opportunity.
Yeah, it's fine. I want to use the pounce attack again.
13 will hit the lion, I believe. No, yeah, will hit the lion.
Yeah, no, class 12.
All right, and then go ahead and make your attack on the Kuto.
Was
The lion takes 2 points of damage.
ooh, good rolls. That is a 23.
23 will hit for sure. All right, go ahead and roll damage, and then I'll go ahead and roll a strength check.
9 damage.
9 damage, and you roll a 15.
Oh, I don't want to fall down.
9 damage.
And this one over here, this lion, I mean, it's gonna start attacking it, so it's gonna make a bite attack.
Okay.
13. Yeah. 13.
13 will hit it.
Rolled low. 4.
All right, 4. 4 damage, and it's gonna have to make another concentration, which is still a 10 because half of 13 is, or half of 4 is nothing. So, well, nothing, but it's not greater than 10. All right, it's got a +2 con. There's a 17.
Okay.
Spells in effect.
I go ahead and attack it with my short sword.
All right.
That's another. All right, that's 11.
11 will hit. 11
It
will hit.
does? Okay. 6 damage.
6 damage. I'll make another one. Another 10.
Roll low.
Yeah.
What is
Jesus.
with this man? He only rolls high.
Roll20 has been really, really kind to me today. Normally, it's not kind to anybody. All right. Was that it, Sterling?
I'll use another healing bomb and that'll be it.
Okay. Ox, go ahead.
This guy's big and beefy. He decided to challenge me. Hey, buddy. Let me tell you a little something. Let me tell you a little something about where I come from. You step up to the plate. I just rage.
All right. Sounds good.
I am going to rage, and then I'm going to reckless attack him again.
Okay.
And actually, you know what? I don't need to reckless attack him. I'm going to move here so that I get
Okay.
my advantage.
Okay.
And either 13 or 15.
15 will hit.
And 10 damage.
10 damage. It is now bloodied.
Run! I don't know
All right.
if he runs, I'm still going to hit him, but I'm just seeing what happens.
You roll 10, so I need to make a concentration check on his spell that's protecting him. That's a 4. His inky veil drops, dissipates.
I just yell at Sterling, this is how you do it!
This guy is just really doesn't like me touching him. He really wants to keep the spell up.
Top of the order is the enemies again. This one is actually going to go ahead and disengage. He's going to make a mad dash to Sterling and the area over here. They're going to go ahead and make their way. He actually can get into this one cannot. So he's going to go ahead and just dash right there. So one attack on the Kuatoa, or on the goal line from the Kuatoa. Will hit for 6 points on the lion. And then over on the far side, Tav. This one's actually going to go ahead and disengage as well.
Yeah.
Because they all sense that their spell's in danger.
Apparently not. Keeps going really high in concentration.
They're not very
That's being
smart,
threatened.
is what we've gathered.
Well, it's just being threatened. It's through the enemies over there. All right. This Koto is going to go ahead and swim. It's going to move its regular movement. That's going to go ahead and swim underneath all this shit. All right. And then this code. Oh, this he already ran. Okay, I think that's it for enemies. Go ahead, tap.
Okay. Oh, yeah. And I'm just gonna move here. Think it was, yeah. And then Endless Blast, the Hex one. And I still miss 9.
Damn.
If it continues to munch on dismembered body parts, another blast just goes to its left side this time. It just looks back at you and just nibbles like an old withered like elf like drow arm or something.
Oh, nice. I'm another healing ball.
Okay.
And
Sterling.
I'm done.
All right. Thank you, Sterling.
Yeah. This lion, I think, will take.
Oh, well, there went my plan.
Well, were you trying to get on it?
Yeah, I was gonna get. I mean, it's fine. Get him up there. You need
Can
all
the
the
lion
help you
pick
can get
up?
right now.
Ox.
I don't know if I can do that because I don't have any actions left.
Like, can the lion sacrifice some like movement to carry Ox over there?
Yeah, if Ox is willing, which I'm assuming he is,
Yeah.
the lion can sort of just like, push him onto his back, whatever. He considers Ox and Tav allies, so that's what he can do that, of course. But it will cost him half his movement to do that.
Okay, so he'll take a dash action and only go 50 feet.
Okay.
So he'll get about here.
Yep.
And this one and me are gonna keep attacking this
Sure.
guy here.
Sounds good.
All right, 15
15 what? Is this from the line or you?
lion.
Okay.
Then that's 5 damage.
5 damage. Okay. And I will go ahead and make another save. Con check. Oh, there it is. There it is.
Finally, that one.
And the ritual fails as he loses concentration.
I'm gonna go ahead and keep attacking him with
Okay.
my short sword. 17.
Something what?
5.
5 more. Yep. Stab him again. The Kuatoa, the big swole Kuatoa, looks at you with just fury. He is very upset with you. He lets out a large roar in your face. All right. I think that's all for your turn, Sterling.
Yeah, I'm gonna use a healing bomb, but that's it.
All right, sounds good. Ox, go ahead.
You mad, bro?
Very upset.
So I have to keep attacking, otherwise I lose my rage. So I'm gonna go ahead and hop off old lion, and I'm gonna meet up with my old friend right here.
You're good.
And I'm gonna take a whack at him. I
Sure.
don't have advantage, so I am gonna reckless attack to
Okay.
give myself the advantage. Oh.
There you go.
Oh,
Yeesh.
what the hell?
Mine at 20 for me tall was. Yeah.
7 damage from my critical hit. And my bonus
Okay.
action. 13 hit.
13 will hit.
All right. Jeez. 4 more. Oh, wait, no. 6. So he's taking a total
Yeah, 6
of...
more.
What was that first one? I have to look again.
This one's 5.
Okay, yep. 5, 6, 7. Because of
11
my
in
rage.
total.
Okay, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 damage.
13 damage total. Okay. Sounds good. It's still up. It does turn around and it sees that the ritual has failed, and so now it is looking for blood. Um, All right. I'm assuming that's your turn, Ox.
Yep.
All right, top of the order. Realizing this one is now no longer bloodied. Just there you go. Gonna go ahead and turn its attention. These two are gonna turn their attention on Tav. They're gonna return. Actually, yeah, no, they're good. They're gonna do that. Okay, boom, boom. Attack Tav. First one, 12 misses and 4 misses. They both miss.
Yeah.
All right, and then this one over here is gonna go ahead and move over here. Oops. Oops. Oh, that's not what I want. There you go. Boom. It did swim, so you actually can move around here for advantage. Actually, no, it doesn't matter because you recklessly attacked, so they get advantage on you. So this one right here. Oh, there's the hit for. Oh, I'm lagging. For 6 points of piercing damage.
Or 3.
And then, or 3, sorry, because you are raging. And then, well, I'm just gonna give you total. You can minus yourself.
Okay.
And then the other one's gonna go ahead and attack you with his spear, and that's going to be an 18 to hit. So I'll go ahead and roll damage real quick. That's gonna be 6, so 3 points of piercing damage. And then I need you. You are considered grappled because it clamps around your waist. Bing, bing, boom. So, but thankfully, you are still still raging. So okay, boom, boom, boom. All right, and then over here, these two are going to attack the lion because he's so big. It's in the way. So first one miss, second one will hit for 7 points of damage on your other lion, and then this Kuatoa is going to look at you and he's going to go ahead and also stab you. Sterling.
I don't know. You could attack my lion.
You failed. Natural 1. He picked up his staff too quickly and does not land the hits. All right, Tav, your turn.
Yeah. I'm still gonna try to kill that one.
Of course.
But annoying me.
Mhm.
Come on. 11. Is that
Oh,
it?
no,
11 hits.
that will hit. No, they have little bucklers on them, so they actually miss. And because you miss, it's going to use its sticky shield reaction. So I need you to make a DC strength saving throw. As your sword, your rapier, gets stuck on the buckler.
That's 4.
Or your weapon becomes stuck to the Kuatoa shield. If the weapon wielder can't or won't let go of the weapon, the wielder is considered grappled while the weapon is stuck. While stuck, the weapon can't be used. A creature can pull the weapon free by taking an action to make another strength check and succeeding on it. So technically, you are currently grappled.
I'm gonna let go of the rapier.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Just
All right.
fist up after that. Come at me. I can do 0 damage with these.
Tav came from the rough parts of an orphanage. He was in a fight club when she was in the orphanage.
We don't talk about that.
Yeah, she doesn't talk about it for obvious reasons because she was the reigning 7-year-in-a-row champ in the basement.
Yeah, with that negative 2 strengths.
They called her sister Bloody Knuckles, or Red Rush. I don't know. There's so many nicknames that can be made right now. All right. Is there anything else that you can do, Tev? You still have a bonus action.
Yeah, but I have full HP, so it doesn't matter. And I can heal or hex with my bonus action, but I don't need that, so no. And I don't want to move.
Sounds good. Sterling, go ahead.
Ox, do you feel like you need help over here?
I'm good.
All right.
You look like you need more help than I do.
Yeah, your
Yeah.
lion is actually close to bloodied. I'm doing the math right now. Yeah, he's
This
at
one's gonna move behind
17 out of
these
30.
2 guys, and he's gonna do a pounce attack on the left one.
Okay, go ahead. Go on, roll it.
That is a 20.
Yep, that definitely hits.
So he needs to make a strength check.
It's only a plus
Takes
1.
8 damage.
10. He is now prone, and he takes 8 damage. He is dead. As he
Okay.
as the weight of your lion steps on him, he dies. His head gets squished.
You would have got a free bite attack if he's still alive. Sad. All right. Then this one over here is gonna keep attacking the one right in front of it.
Okay.
It's a bite attack. 4, no, 13.
13 what?
I'm only so low on these 4 damage.
4 damage. All right.
Uh,
He's taking him like a champ.
yeah, I'll go ahead and attack it as well.
Okay.
15.
15 what?
7 damage.
7 damage. It's not bloody yet, but he's getting close to being bloody.
And then pop another healing bomb and I'll end my turn.
Ox, go ahead.
All right. So I'm grappled because this thing's around my waist, but
Correct.
do I have disadvantage on my swings? Because my arms
Yeah,
are
so yes, but because you're probably gonna reckless attack, you're gonna
Yeah.
try and nullify that, right?
free.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. So it'd be a normal attack.
Okay. I'm gonna reckless attack the dude that thought he was brave enough to
Sure.
to try to hold on to me. All
course.
right. Oh, butts. That's 8. Let me see. I haven't used my bardic inspiration, so I'm going to use that.
Okie dokie.
It's a die 6.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, fuck. 10.
And unfortunately, you are off by 1, and it misses.
Okay, well, I guess I'm going to be at disadvantage. Well, that was my bonus action. I'll just do it that way. I'm going to use my actual action to... I've got 2 options here that I want to go for, and I'm not sure which one will be the best. Would it be more preferable for me to try to just break out of this, or just rip this thing out of his hand and get loose?
Both will require strength checks, so you're at advantage. So either option works.
Okay. Nobody. This is mine. I'm gonna rip it from his hands.
All right, you have it's gonna be an opposed strength checks, but you have advantage, obviously. Roll
So
the
that's
ball.
gonna be a 17 or 17.
All right. Yep. So you wrench it free from him. Well, his grip, but it's still attached to your waist.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine. All right.
That's my turn.
All right. New top of the order. Then we're just gonna do that. This one, he's fucked anyways. But these two, we have an advantage over here. So we're gonna do some attacks on tap. First one, miss. Second one, will hit 4. 3 points of piercing damage on you, Tab.
Damn it. Yeah.
How you looking?
Very good. I'm always looking good.
Nice.
Well played.
Well played. And then these over here on Ox will have advantage because of the flank. So we'll do the Kuatoa with the spear. That's a natural 20.
Which one has the spear?
This one, the normal guy.
Okay.
This is the one. This is the one that grappled you. Yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't have anything
Yeah, 'cause-
now.
No, it just has his meaty claws. No, he has like webbed hands. And then so it's double die. So it's 10 points of piercing damage into you, Ox, which is reduced to 5 because you're still raging.
Mm-hmm.
And then this one's gonna go ahead and he's just not grappling more. So
I am
he's gonna
bloody.
cast. You are bloodied, okay? And he's gonna cast Sacred Flame on you. So go ahead and make a Dexterity saving throw with advantage. As flames burst forth from its webbed hands.
9 or 12.
Oh wow! Oh, okay, cool. Fails. Nope, you passed. You passed. You got the 12. So that is going to be second spell. No, you passed. Sorry, what am I thinking? Duh.
I was like,
Nothing happens. I'm sorry. This one over here is going to just attack the lion that is close to being bloodied because they can see it chip away. It's not bleeding. You can see, Sterling, that it has the gold varnish underneath. So like underneath this, I guess, camouflage, what looks like to be an alive creature is still those figurines. So it's gonna go ahead and attack, and it will miss. And then the Kuatoa over here is gonna go ahead and once again attack you with the spear, hoping to grapple you. And this actually has a +4. I keep forgetting that. That is nothing. That misses as well. All right, we're back. We're back to Tev.
Oh my god, again. I'm gonna hit it sometime. Oh wait, I don't have it.
Yeah, you got. Yeah.
I forgot about that. Disnet Whispers on the hexed one.
What's the save?
Meets me with some 13.
Right, that's a 5.
Yeah,
Ow.
yeah. It will take 7 damage.
7 damage. It actually begins to scrape into its head a little bit, and it falls to the water, and you see it float to the surface. It is dead.
Yeah.
Yay!
Woohoo!
Oh, where's your hex
Eh.
go?
Yeah, I'm gonna reapply it to that one
Okay, sounds good.
because yeah, I didn't need the hex damage. So yeah, still. Yeah.
All right, Sterling, go ahead.
All right. This one back here is gonna go ahead and take a. It's gonna go ahead and let that guy get opportunity attack and pounce this one over here.
Sure. I will hit the fuck. God damn it. Well, 4 points.
Then it's gonna be. 16.
16 will hit. I'll go ahead and make the strength save on him,
That one.
and that fails.
Cool.
So he's
That means I get to do a bite attack on him.
Mm-hmm.
He also takes 4 points of damage on that first attack.
Okay, sounds good. He is now bloodied.
So he's gonna roll his bite attack. Nat 20. Ooh, love to see it. All right, he's gonna take 13 damage.
13 damage. Sounds
Uh,
good.
Then the second lion's gonna go ahead and take a bite attack as well.
All right.
That's 13.
Yeah, for sure.
And he's gonna take 4 damage. He's rolling ones on his damage.
All right. And then you yourself?
Yeah, attacks my short sword.
Okay.
Rolled 10.
10. I will give you advantage because he is like being racked right
Oh
now.
yeah, he is being grappled.
He's also prone. Yeah.
So 16.
16 for sure.
7 damage again.
How do you end this Kuatoa whip?
I think I just as like he's getting pinned to the ground, it's like stabbed through his head.
Sure, for sure. Yeah, as it tries to reach and try to stop what is a futile attempt at your attack, you stab right through his web hand, through his skull. He is gone. He is dead. All right. Well, anything else?
I'll feel free to use a healing ball, and then
Of course.
then my turn.
All right, go ahead, Ox.
Okay, so even though I have this thing on me, it's not being controlled. So am I still at disadvantage?
No, you're not.
Okay, cool. Thanks for that. Now it's my turn. And I'm gonna bonus action to hit the big one in the face
Sure.
with my tall war. I'm deciding. Yeah, let's go ahead and do reckless. Why not?
Sure.
Damn it! Every time I call it, natural 20.
Let's do it.
You've gotten so many natural 20s in this
Yeah.
fight.
Really good. This is like the best session, I think, in your combat.
9 damage.
9 damage. How would you like to end this Kuatoa?
I just, just business, buddy, and I just off with the head.
For sure. With that final blow, the other Kuatoa are an easy cleanup, and you eventually clear the chamber, the cavern, the lagoon. The voice, resonates throughout the entire chamber once more. Ah, good, good. Now take the Kuatoa in front of you, young Warforge, and smear the blood across the visage of myself.
Okay, but what do I get out of it for doing that for you?
As I previously stated, mortal, I will take you directly to Zihi Island to complete your contract. Because right
Do you
now you
mind if
have
I-
no means.
Do you mind if I talk to my friends a little bit?
You have
Maybe we'll have a little
five.
chat.
You have 5 minutes.
All right. Yeah, this is probably enough to talk.
Yeah.
I call everyone over. Do we want to?
I'm gonna before I go over, I'm just getting the rest of my stuff out of the, the garbage, and then
Yeah.
walking over.
In the various piles as well, you actually find a bunch more stuff. And I can give you all that afterwards,
Sure. Cool.
Right.
which I assume you would take anyways. It's a bunch
Yeah.
of loot, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
loot.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Of course.
Take wherever we can from this journey.
Okay. So this is
It is
what
a
we
free
know.
trip to the island,
She
and
yeah.
she
Go ahead.
clearly has like some kind of vendetta against them. I feel like.
Okay. So she said she can get us to the island. That's no promise of being able to get back.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
We still don't know where
might
Steven
just cause
is.
us to crash.
Yeah. That's the biggest problem.
I could try to be like, we'll do it if you let us have our rat friend back. Yeah.
So here's the big conundrum. All right. We just stopped a great evil from doing evil to another evil, I guess. I don't know. So the question we really have is, are we willing to potentially make a deal with evil to save 2 lives and our reputation?
Well, it's not just our reputation; it's our entire like well-being. Like, if we don't get the stuff to them, we're definitely getting pinned. And I don't know if we have anything like refute it from them. So we might just have to be on the run for the rest of our entire life, you know?
So I don't want to do that. Okay.
Yeah.
So okay, so we need assurances. We need to be able to get there to get our people and get out.
Right. So I can talk to her and say, like, I want to be able to go there and get out safe. If you can confirm that for us, we'll do this for you.
And Steven.
And Steven, yes.
Steven.
Steven as well. So does that sound good to everyone?
Yep, not happy with it, but at least we're saving some lives.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to.
I mean, what bad
ask
can
him.
she do from like killing some pirates, right?
I
You know
think
what? I
she's
don't.
gonna take
If I
over the
think
whole
about it
coast.
anymore, I'm gonna change my mind. Please just get it over with.
All right, I walk back over to the altar. God, you still there?
what is your answer, mortal?
All right, we'll do it for you if you can confirm that we can get our Steven, our friend, back, and we can get there and away from the island safely.
Done. Before you, appearing from thin air, what looks like to be water droplets forming out of nothing. In front of you drops into the sand a turquoise ewer. I'll go ahead and show a picture of what that looks like in Discord. Miscellaneous images.
Mhm.
As it appears before you, the voice returns to you and says, I can get you to the island, and I will make sure if you give Yalkates this ewer, you will have a safe return back to the coast. That I can assure you. And it is a beautiful, beautiful, well-crafted ewer. For Tav and for Ox, you can also sense a powerful magic that resonates from it, but it's not affecting you. You just feel that it's magical.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't want to keep this. This seems dangerous.
Well, we're getting rid of it. We're giving it to the guy.
Yeah, that's
Can I
perfect.
make an Arcana check on it?
Yeah, you can make an Arcana check, sure. What are you looking for on this item?
Natural 20.
Well, what's the intent? What is the
Yeah,
means
to
of doing so?
see-
What are you trying to accomplish?
If it contains any magic, if it's yeah, I know it's magical, but what the magic is for, if it's something that's gonna blow up or gonna contain something or release something.
Right. With your Arcana check, how are you perceiving? So, are you looking at the engravings? Are you looking at the inside of it? So, what are you doing with this Arcana check?
I don't want to look inside of it. There might be blood in there.
Well, actually, inside of it is this crystal clear water.
Yeah, I'm gonna check out the water a little bit, but try not to touch it.
As you pour it over, it does not end. It just continuously pours water, and the voice says, "It's limitless, but you're just like it's
All right,
just
stop it, stop it.
Not waste the water. All right.
Regardless, though, from what you use some manner of Arcana investigation, this ewer is magical, and it probably has something to do with someone drinking from it. You can't speculate. Well, with the net 20, well, what is there any other modifiers to it? 20 what? Or is it just 20?
+1,
Plus 1, 21.
21.
You have maybe an inkling that if Yalkates drinks from this, something profound will happen. You can't say for certain, but you're confident that some sort of possession or maybe poison or something even more foul. Your imagination can be, pretty much used to its fullest at this point of what it possibly could do. But you definitely know that drinking from the ewer would mean something.
Okay.
I was thinking like it was gonna kill him, but maybe
could-
he'll try to
It
take
could
care
it
over
could
his
kill him.
body.
It could kill him too. You just don't know specifically because you don't know what that magical thing does
Okay.
unless you want to try it.
No.
No.
If Steven were here.
Oh God.
No.
No, we would love Steven to do that either.
And she tells you once you have it, she says, and your little rat creature is waiting for you outside the grotto.
Okay. So when we give this to him, should we say regards and then your name, or should we just be like, "This is for you"?
Do we like want to pour him a cup for him, or like do you want me to do
There-
something?
There will be no need. Once you reveal this ewer to Yalkates, he will no doubt succumb to its effects. He will long for it and he will treasure it. And he will give you whatever you want and ask for in return, which will most likely lead a ship with safe passage through the freeborn pirate territory.
So
Oh,
this will be-
perfect. So how do we
You
get there?
like what we give him?
Go to the coast and put your head, submerge all of your heads within the water, and you will arrive there in due time.
That sounds like drowning.
You know what? At this point, I've seen crazy shit. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we still gotta do that whole smearing them across the wall thing, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
You guys want to help me out with this, or
I don't
You know
feel
what, I
good
could try to
about
make
it.
the
I'm
lines
just
fit.
gonna go grab the one that was doing the ritual that was jacking everything
Yeah.
up, and I'm just like it's really reluctant. I'm just gonna grab some of the the from the one of the open wounds and just like this.
It is a thankless, it is a borest, or it's a boring task. But when it is done, you all silently walk out of the cavern. And as all of you may want to look behind you, you see that all the blood and corpse begin to just slowly make their way towards the door, and the door begins to heal itself.
oh, wonderful. Okay.
Great. We
Okay.
we resealed it.
See.
Yeah.
As you all exit the grotto, yeah, what's up?
I was just-
Yeah, I'm just gonna take that, whatever it's called, and hide it under something. So, yeah, it's invisible on any place. Like just put it in a bag or something.
Yeah, I was thinking of
Sure.
putting it in like the bag that we're giving to him, but I guess if we just like hand it to him, he'll
Yeah,
go
but
I,
with whatever
I
he
don't
wants.
think we have to give him anything but this.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, if we
that
give him,
would
apparently, if we
maybe,
give him this, he'll give us like whatever we want. So I think
I was thinking that we maybe don't want to give it to him.
you think this will
because-
like make him really powerful. Like it's very
Yeah,
good for him.
or the
I mean-
god will take over him and then, yeah, wreak havoc as him, even
Alright.
worse than he already is.
Okay, but
Well,
you know,
it's not gonna let us go
here's
to,
the
like-
thing. Here's the thing. I don't want to keep this thing. I don't know what it does. If we
No,
give
I
it to
was
somebody
gonna.
else or we use it, we could end up dying.
Yeah, I was
Or this
just gonna
deity's going to
like.
come back and kick our ass. So here's my thought, and we can do a team vote. We give him this, we keep everything else. Not only do we get our friends back, I say friends because now they're our friends because we're saving their life. That's just how it's going to be. We also get board and passage. We're also going to get. I'm not going to push it. I'm going to say we want all the stuff they got with the original, collection. Or we just be like, we want her stuff back, and then a boat and safe passage out with one of your dudes to take us, and then you can have the ship back when we leave. And then that's all we got to do is just give them this. I think that's a pretty good deal. Look at all the shit we get to keep.
Yeah, but if a god comes and then destroys half the coast,
That's
or
the
something like
thing.
that.
Well, he's like very powerful after it becomes
Yeah,
like some kind of evil force across the coast. Becomes even more powerful than he already is.
but yeah, we'll
Okay,
we'll see what happens.
so here's my thought. She said he will long for it, which my guess this is just something that he's cursed with. I think this is a vendetta against him. I think
Oh,
he's
really?
gonna
Okay, yeah,
Yeah, I think this is not gonna be helpful to him. It may
yeah.
be
Oh.
potentially helpful to her in some form or fashion, but I don't think it's gonna be an immediate issue. It's not
Okay,
like
I was thinking
Morshock or
that.
whatever the hell the slumbering one is.
I was thinking
Yeah.
that he's like wanted it because he noticed how powerful it is.
No,
rather than he's cursed by it.
I think it's a compulsion.
Yeah, it's probably fine. We'll give it to him. I say we keep the boat actually, because
Yeah,
might
Oh,
need it.
we keep the boat, and then that guy can find his own way back. Fuck him.
Yeah,
yeah.
we have the captain and someone else, lady. They can sail.
Oh yeah, we'll just be like, we want a boat, and then the captain, and then we'll check and see if she's able to actually do it, and if she isn't, then we'll be like, we want that guy that knows how to do boats.
Yeah, and he can swim back
Yeah.
or something.
Whatever.
Okay, we make our way out of the cave, I would say.
Yep.
As you
Time
make
to
your way
sleep.
out of the grotto, it is around midday, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and outside, sleeping on his back, is Stephen.
I run up and hug
in the
Oh,
him.
desert.
lucky you.
He is snoring so loud.
I hug Steven.
He smells like seawater, but and also like a rat. But he wakes up, he licks you, but then he puts his two paws out.
Oh yeah,
You
here
can
goes
hear his
Steven.
belly growling.
Here goes Steven. Here's 10 healing bombs.
You
Okay.
just all like getting bossed around by some god.
So I will also post what you found in the loot of the cave as well. I'll put it in session player for right now. But I'll go ahead and just tell you what they are since I'll say that you guys want to take a long rest, I assume, or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I use all my abilities.
So you take a long rest off the coast, and you realize as you make your way out that the city of Khosravi is literally about 3/4 of a mile from this area. As you look over, you can see the imposing limestone walls, and it is triple the size of Macerna. It is a massive city in the background. The road's not too far off, so when you get down, you actually find some travelers, and they actually share some of their food with you. They see that you're in like dire straits, like, oh, come here, we'll help you. Here's some water, some food. And you save their camp, and you have your bedrolls and stuff, so you have all your items back, and I'll return those after the session.
Sweet.
Except the food. The food is obviously gone. But
Yep.
I will say that you get some food from these people who are on the side of the road. Like, oh, you had a terrible day. Well, of course, we'll help you. They'll probably like, do you have anything in repayment or something? You can either give them gold, or if you
Yeah.
want to give them like they see that Ox and Tav have instruments, and if you could play us a song or a tune and give us some entertainment, that would also be more than happy. That would be all more than the payment we would require from you.
I literally just look at Tav and be like, I'm just gonna pay him. I don't have the
Yeah.
spirit for it right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna pay them.
Oh, that's a shame.
My lines lasts an
Tell you
hour.
what,
Are they
if
still
you
with us?
ever,
They're gone now at this
They're
point.
gone now. All right.
Yeah. So you have
if you
7 days, or what is
if
it?
you
6 days,
ever
7 days, 5 days.
Yeah, 7
No,
days. Whole
7
week.
days. Okay, almost a week. It's 8 days in my world.
I look at the people that I'm like, I'm real sorry. Normally we'd be up for like a wonderful show. If you ever find your way through Macerna, we usually throw a party and a razzmatazz and the the bug thing. I don't know.
Jesus.
I don't
In the
know what that
belly of
thing
the
is. The belly of the
catapultibus.
caterpillar or whatever.
Belly of something in Macerna. You'll find it. It has a confusing name. You'll see why we're saying
It's
it wrong.
the belly
They're really
of
nice people there.
Cataplas.
We go there perform
They're
sometimes.
all they're like, oh
I
yeah,
don't
the
perform,
belly
I
of the
gamble.
catapulta. Yeah, we know
The
that place.
Caterpillar.
They also cannot pronounce it. Real quick, I'll go ahead and read you off what the items are. Since you all probably will spend the long rest, go ahead and everyone take a long rest.
Mm-hmm.
Of what these are. So I've already added them to D&D Beyond, but I'll go ahead. Once you guys decide, you can look it up and see who wants what. But let's go to inventory. And like I said, I'll add all the stuff that was taken from you after the session.
Sweet.
So the obviously there's a pouch of 200 gold pieces and 340 silver pieces, a potion of superior healing, and 2 regular normal mana potions. You find 2 pieces of like this bright yellow chalk with magical dwarven runes on it. You find one that is pink. You find a potion, and then you find a rod, and it's a really disgusting looking rod. So we'll start off with the rod first. Get that out of the way. It is called the Rod of Viscid Globs. This mahogany rod is carved with tumors and weeping cysts and oozes a thick amber fluid. While holding this rod, you can use it as an action to expend 1 charge to fire a large sphere of amber goo at a target within 60 feet of you. The target must succeed on a DC 15 strength saving throw or be restrained by the sticky material. A creature restrained by this goo can use its action to make a DC 15 strength check to break free from it. The goo evaporates after 1 hour. That's the Rod of Viscid Globs. The Potion of Magic Resistance is basically exactly what it says. I'll go ahead and read exactly what it means. It means that this thick black liquid smells like licorice. When you drink this potion, you have advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects for 1 minute. So basically, you have magic resistance for 1 minute. The Charming Pink Rune Chalk. The Charming Pink Rune Chalk. As an action, you can use this chalk to draw a certain symbol. There's a list of 4 symbols you can draw from. A creature using this chalk must have at least an intelligence of 6, which you all do, to draw any of these symbols. You can draw up to 20 symbols with this chalk before it is completely used up. So it has 20 charges, basically. If you draw a square shape with this pink rune chalk, you can automatically tune and repair any instrument. If you draw a circle on whatever object, when standing in the circle, any music you play or vocal sounds you make sound 3 times as loud. If you draw a triangle, dramatic lighting fills a 10-foot cube, increasing your charisma performance checks by 3. And if you draw a cross, you can cast a small display of prestidigitation fireworks when stepped on by any creature. Basically, this rune chalk is perfect for performers.
Fine.
Not me.
And then,
I'll fight you
Fine.
for it.
You
And
can
then-
take the yellow.
then there's 2 bright yellow rune chalks. Like I said, you can use an action to draw a symbol and need intelligence of 6. There's 20 uses. If you draw a square with the yellow rune chalk, it fills a container with 1 pint of your favorite ale.
All right, never
If you
mind.
draw-
I changed my mind.
If you draw a circle, it casts the light cantrip on an object it is drawn on. If you draw a triangle, it fills a container with 1 pint of lamp oil. If you draw a cross, it casts the spell grease when a creature crosses that symbol in that general area. It lasts for 8 hours maximum, and the DC for the spell is 12. A maximum of 3 cross symbols can be active at any given time. And there's 2 of those rune chalks.
Can we just as a, I mean it's a chalk, yeah. Can we break it in half?
If you break it in half, it only has 10 uses.
That's what I was
And
talking about.
for
Like
each one.
So
So there's two of them. There's two full rune shots
two-
of the
Well,
yellow.
I was
Two
thinking of the pink.
Oh, the pink one.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's up to you guys. If you want to do that.
I mean, I'll take one of the yellow ones, and then you can have the pink one. I mean, I bard sometimes, but it's not my major thing right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep the pink. I like
I-
the color.
I'll let you decide on your own character sheets which magical items. And then with that, I'm assuming you guys take your long rest and you say goodbye to the travelers as they make their way to the city of Kostravi. Do you all three make your way to the coast? It's around 6 a.m.
Yeah, why not?
Do we want to make our way to the coast, or do we want to
it-
go to Coast Ravi?
I think I want to
Let's-
ask something. Like, do you either of you have disguised person?
Uh,
The two
I have a
bards are like,
disguise
what's
kit.
that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a spellcaster, so I can't do anything.
I have a disguise kit, so I can disguise.
But I was
Not
thinking if we were
magical.
able to disguise ourselves, we could go like to someone who can appraise magical items and get the water thing appraised. Make sure we aren't giving some like ultra evil item to someone.
It's evil, I will say directly.
Yeah, but like I don't want to make them like super powerful, So if I can like stop that somehow.
What was it
like
you
I said,
want?
I don't think it's going to be helpful to him. If he's willing to give
No.
us anything for it because he has a compulsion for it, then that means that
But I feel like that meant like he felt like he's so powerful he'd give anything for the item.
or
I
he's
don't-
so needy he'll give anything for it.
Maybe it's put a spell on it so that he wants it, but it's not good for him.
You know,
Like
like
so.
drinking too much booze at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, like that. Or drinking it and dying, or becoming crippled, or something like that.
You know
Oh,
what?
yeah.
I do definitely need to go to Kostravi because I need gunpowder.
Yeah, okay.
Thinking right now, we definitely need to go. We can't let it go.
Okay, we
I
can go
guess,
there.
I guess that's where I guess we're all going to Coast Ravi. We've got
Okay, yeah.
we've got I mean so how did they give us a time frame on how long we had before we had to get back?
I don't
No,
think they did. I think they just said
But-
like come back. If you never come back, we'll kill them or something like that.
Yeah, so I think
Or-
okay. So I think if we do go to Coast Ravi, we want to make it real quick. Like we're not going to
Yeah, I
tour the city. We just want to get the
Yeah,
stuff that you
I'm not-
need and then bounce.
yeah. I think like bullets and gunpowder. That's it.
Okay.
I don't need
Like-
anything else really.
go
Yes.
there, get food, water, Sterling's gunpowder, bullets.
Yep.
We
I will tell you right now, when you talk with those travelers, the travelers tell you that today would be Otano the second of Raincrest. It has been 3 weeks
oh
now
God.
since you started this whole thing. Obviously, a lot of time has passed because of stuff, but yeah, it's been quite a significant amount of time. Just to put things in perspective.
Was it the second you said?
Yeah, it would be I think Otano the second of
Otano the second,
Raincrest.
yeah.
So it's been about 3
Raincrest.
weeks.
Yeah.
So well, okay. So if we do just give him this, I don't think we're going to need any weapons, and we can get those afterwards.
I think it'd be just in case.
Okay.
Yeah, it would just take a couple of hours of going into the city,
It
getting
shouldn't
those,
take
and then
long
we
to
can
get
go.
some materials.
Yeah. So I
Like, even
guess
if I can't find someone who makes the bullets, I can just make them myself.
okay. So yeah, we literally want to make a shop run and then dip out.
Yeah. We're not staying the night or anything. We're just going in, getting stuff out, and then going to the pirates, watching him die or something, and then
Just
going home, getting done with his
You can do
contract,
whatever.
going to sleep for 5
for
days.
all of the Fs. This contract is insane.
Yeah. This
Yeah.
and this contract is what 1 silver.
Yeah,
No, what was it? 80
Wild.
8 silver. Yeah.
He gives 8 silver.
It's
Huh.
80 silver.
Oh, 80 silver.
Eight.
80
Silver.
silver.
And
Yeah.
a
Still not worth
commendation.
it.
And a
Yeah, the commendation was
if
the
we bring them back.
That's a big deal.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, we're literally shop run in and out. We're gonna go dunk our heads in the water.
yeah,
Okay.
and drown and die probably.
So
I
yeah.
I forgot to talk to Lloyd. See how he is doing.
All right, first thing you said your head. Don't worry, we all have one now, so it's fine.
You can
Lloyd-
talk to him too.
Lloyd responds to you. Yes, Tev.
Yeah, how are you doing? Wait a minute. You can talk to him too. Just touch this ring on my finger.
Lloyd took the ring.
And you,
Hello.
yeah, Lloyd.
Hello, and Sterling, you hear this deeper, very exotic voice respond to you saying hello.
Oh,
Back your head.
no, I got two people inside my head.
What is the other one inside your head?
The one that's been talking to all of us. And, yeah.
Oh,
the
Oh, I
guy.
was gonna say, oh my god, am I the only person here that doesn't have people in their head?
He
He's
replies.
not in his.
He replies to you, Tav, alone. He says, "I'm not thoroughly pleased that we're helping a dark deity, but I understand the situation. It's best you all take care of this dark deed
Yeah,
as quickly as possible."
we're probably gonna have to kill God at some point.
Cool.
That's a bold
I
statement.
I don't know anything about that, but Tav, while I was sort of severed from you for a moment, I managed to remember something.
Oh no.
And that is where we'll pick up
Oh.
next session.
Oh. Oh no.
Well, there we go. Bye bye, everyone.